Even think about what I'd play in terms of music. Wait a minute. What am I doing? Uh, I don't have any inspiration for what I should play. Let's just do like is cyberpunk music gonna get me dinged? Am I gonna get dinged to death? Let me turn the lights on. Oop. Oops, that turned off that light because that light was already on. It's a toggle. That's how toggles work. Now when I speak to chat now, I'm gonna be, well, this thing isn't quite in the right spot. I lowered the camera. It's actually now lowered to the ground. So we barely get dick butt in there. You barely see my windows. When I'm talking to you guys, I am looking sort of at you. Sort of at you. And when I'm programming on this computer, I'm going to be looking like this. And I guess that'll work in the split screen. I'm going to move that back over there and go like that. Nope. That. And so let's say I'm programming. Ah! Okay. All right, let's make sure that all of my chats are connected. Go back to here. This thing should show that I'm live streaming. Yep, there it is. Open that up, make sure it's muted, and then pop out the chat. Pop out chat. All right, now Social Stream Ninja is going to have all the data that it needs in order to put both chats up on screen. I really need to set up something to put all these windows into the right places. Now that I have 3 monitors, I got plenty of room to do it. But and then I need to figure out, like, I don't know, cyberpunk music or something. 2077 soundtrack. I don't know if that's going to get dinged or not. Over to video and see who's stealing the whole thing. There we go. It'll give us a little audio. It's pretty quiet actually, but it's much louder for me. Now I did get the synthesizer to start making some tunes, but I don't know how to use it properly yet. I got a little bit of time on it, just a little bit, and I got it to make somewhat of a like a drum sequence and stuff like that. How loud is that for you guys? Very quiet for you guys. But that's good. We'll keep it nice and quiet. I'm going to turn it down on my speakers so I'm not listening to it too loud. Might be very distracting. I can't hear myself think. So my body is broken. I am dead. I'm dead today. And the reason for that is I got this 150-pound beast down here all by my lonesome self. And it's got the 4 swivel casters, and now my tool bin is right here. Pretty cool. I'm super happy about the purchase though, because they're from the same, they're all from Grizzly, and so one fits into the other one. I got the same color scheme between the felt and stuff. But now I have storage for all of my different tools and stuff that exist, for instance, on little circuit boards and things. I gotta organize that one a little bit. And seeing down here, I got all these scope-based tools and stuff. So I can do full testing. It's not that I can do full testing, that I don't have to go across the shop in order to get my stuff. Pretty cool. We gotta clean up a little bit around here. I thought that I was using the TL07 II in my mic pack, but then I opened it up and it's an LF353. Because I'm going over all of my old streams. What I really wish is I had, hey, Brink GG! Felt like bother. Wait, what was going on? What did I do? I was drunk. I didn't do it. Felt like bother last night doing through-hole work on an SMD PCB. It was a fun time. You know, soldering is fun. Let me just lay it down for you guys right there. Soldering is actually really fun to do. It's fun to sit down and just kind of have a set task ahead of you that you know you can perform really well, and doing it and just, you know, having something work as the end result of your efforts. It's nice if you learn how to get over the, because a lot of people don't do the soldering and stuff because they give up on it. They think that they can't do it, and sometimes it's just, you know, you got to keep failing at it in order to get it right. That happens a lot. When you get to a point with it though, it's like, all right, I got to assemble this circuit board, and that's like, it's a fun thing. It's fun to do. So I've been uploading a lot of my old VODs, and that's got me hyper duper super duper self-conscious. I need to do something that might actually have an appreciable end task, like an actual end to the task. And while that people love to keep bringing up burn the subs, it's like I've totally burnt out on it. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'll look at those. Do I have a Discord up? I do. I can open them while not looking at Discord. That's personal stuff there, the personal project. What you building? I'm always interested to see this kind of stuff. MTA. So PCBs for my MTA project arrived from JLPCB on Monday. Realized that I sent them an old revision that was missing 2 LEDs. Turned 2 SMD WS2812V LEDs into through-hole LEDs and soldered them in line. That's awesome. That is really cool. So there's a picture of the surgery. It's not doing a lot with that lower layer on that. This is the end result of the surgery, including a little bit of glue to keep those wires from breaking themselves off. Good work. Where are the other pictures? They're all the way. I have so much real estate now that I have to go on a journey to find where the pictures are. What is this? Is that just the shape of the? Oh, that's just an outline. I was wondering. I thought this was like an antenna or something, or just a heavily meandered trace. Whoa, look at that. So wait, what's going on here? What is this? Oh, this is Lower Manhattan. Oh, and all the docks. Right. Oh, that's cool. So what are you like 3D printing buildings over top of all the lights? And they're WS? That's cool. That is very cool. Wait, where's the other picture? That's your top. Open in browser. Oh yeah, it's with them not illuminated. That's a cool project. That is a cool project. It's the subway. Ah, okay. Wait, was it a puppy? What are you doing over there, Bubby? Good girl? Oh, there she goes. That was her debut on and the camera wasn't even focused. Bring it in. There we go. Well, actually, it's too far away. Where's Willow? Yeah, I'm doing a lot of artisanal stuff. Here, let me change the title now. I can change it to something with artism in it. Getting artistic, comma. And then in my tags, I'm gonna add art. And hit done. There we go. I am now an art. Raspberry Pi Control pulls the MTA public traffic feed and uses Python to convert the stops to LED lights, changing colors. That's cool. I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. For anybody that doesn't know, Twitch changed the TOS after a bit of a kerfuffle where women were, and I think some men, were basically cutting off kind of where I'm cutting off, right? But they didn't have a shirt on. And so Twitch banned somebody and then went, we can't do anything to stop this. So what we'll do is we will route it to a category and we will say that if it's for an art, if you are a art, then they will allow you to show nudity, which is what museums do. And I think that Twitch has needed to do this for a long time. But having done it with the current meta being like topless and not showing it, there is now a flood of activity into that category. Yeah, this happened yesterday. Like this is like just happened. And so people are doing an art, but they are doing their like NSFW commissions and stuff. just out in the open. Paymoni Wubby was browsing around, and there's some confusion about what exactly is going on here, like what exactly Twitch is allowing to happen, which is fine. That's going to happen. But I do like Twitch's attitude of we can plug our finger in this dam, but I think it's better if we just moved out of the gully and allowed it to happen. Like just you know, categorize it properly so people aren't accidentally clicking on, you know, super nudie stuff at work, and they just know that, you know, you are in an area where you might see a nipple. Oh my God! Whoa! Shut it all down. No, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Museums have nudity? Why have I been missing out on this? Yeah, it's like, it's crazy. People are going too far with it. They're not understanding what exactly they mean by it, but I think it is a good change because that means artists can do an art. It just means that people who do commissions for like nudie art are jumping into it, but not sexually, even though there's a lot of sexualization in there. But then again, artists are perverts. They're all perverts. And if they tell you they're not, they're trying to sleep with you because they're perverts. Artists are perverts, and they do a lot of perverted stuff. I'm an artist. But yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Museums accept tips. True. I think a lot of what attracted me to Twitch as a platform was getting over it, quote unquote. Like, hey, you can support the creators directly. Get over it. Hey, these people curse a lot because they're gamers. Get over it. Like, it's like, this is just how we're living our lives now. There's no need to get all, you know, don't get your panties in a twist. Draw your panties in a twist. Because then you're an artist and a pervert. But yeah, no, I don't know. I liked how free Twitch was for a while. And then advertisers came in and they all got their pearls up in a knot. Yeah, the over-sexualization and the what is it, the Puritan attitudes that America brings to the table are outdated to be the nicest I can possibly be about that. I have a feeling that this is going to get copy struck. I'm dealing with a lot of copy strikes because I've been, not strikes, but a lot of copyright stuff because I've been uploading my old streams and the music that I used, I don't have a license to broadcast. So I need to, excuse me, I had a bit of a hoagie, not much, but enough that I'm getting burpy for some reason. Pearl Knot sounds like a band name. It also sounds like a sex toy. But yeah, like YouTube not letting you curse within the first like 30 seconds of a video or something. What's going on there? It's all advertiser shit. I want more pushback against the Puritan ideals because we've moved on. all the people who are insulted by this stuff are dead, or they should be. In Minecraft. What about electronic nudity? Do you have an electron microscope? Yeah, I should clothe all of my atoms. That's kind of a problem. Dave's module, his M303, is like properly fucked, and I haven't even told him about that yet. I've been too busy installing this new cabinet, but there's a couple things that I need to address. One of them is, like, there are 7 USB ports right here, and they're all being used, and it's just a big psycho mess. Look at that. I gotta do something about that. One of them even isn't plugged in. It's over there. It's the plug I use for the mixer when I stream. But yeah, it's I don't know, it's a whole big kerfuffle that just, like, I don't know why people feel like they should be up in arms about it. I don't get what there shouldn't be controversy. This shouldn't be controversial. But I mean, yeah, there's a lot of people just doing like porn art now. They'll calm down. They'll calm down eventually. And the platform, I mean, 14 years old is fine for seeing artistic nudity. It's fine. But whatever. People are crazy. People are going to go crazy. I think Twitch actually did good here. So no nudity in my Discord, though. I need to keep it up to Discord standards. So we don't do any nudity, even artistic, which puts me even more in a Puritan angle than Twitch currently. But it's just how I got to run the Discord. It's an electronics show, you know. We're not unless your nipple piercings light up. No, I'd probably still delete that. Discord doesn't even allow that. Like the sensors will block it. Okay, what are we doing? Are we going to use the oscilloscope today? I don't know. I need to get the RC car stuff over here because we're going to work on that instead of me flapping my boobs around on camera. Hey, you know what? That completely exonerates me for drawing a dick on absolutely every schematic that I've ever done in Paint. I am a free man. They can no longer lock me up for that. I thought eventually somebody would catch on and I'd get like banned for drawing just a little peener in the corner. I think ADHD Generate, the fellow who does actual pyrography, like wood burning tablets and stuff, slabs of wood, I think he's going to do a bunch of penises. This is like, he just unlocked like a really powerful chakra. Now he's gonna do a little power up sequence and then start drawing dicks everywhere. All right, here's all the RC car stuff. It seems to be in kind of a concentrated area, and I got one of the motor controllers out. Oh God, and a birthday card? What is this still doing over here? I do not keep birthday cards. I don't really appreciate them. It's like you're making fun of me for getting older. Okay, let's get all this stuff over here. We can see about programming some of these RC car things. Cockra. I've unlocked my 15th cockra. My cock ring. Father's just an artist. Yeah. Well, I mean, I am. Technically, that's an art. Oh, I didn't turn that back on. Setup. Lights. Track. There we go. Now we're back. I like that comment is just right there. Well, Willow was here, but she fled. I don't think she likes it when I'm talking to the furniture. This thing was not cheap, this thing right here, but I'm super glad that I have it. I should probably set up the synth stuff over here. The alternative to today's project would have been to go through all of these modules and tone down the lighting a little bit, because these things are bright. Get the wires out of the way, and clouds I still need to work on. I'm trying, Chad. I'm trying. This analog troubleshooting is particularly problematic because it is just so difficult. You have to really get into the nitty-gritty of your circuit in order to understand what's going on at all. And look at where you need to do repairs. What is this doing? It's not even doing anything. What the deuce? Synthrax look nice. Yeah, thank you. Speedy Cat gave me 20 bucks to buy knobs, and he said, buy 20 knobs on me. And I was like, you knob, first of all, like, he gave me this money and I have to spend it on knobs, but I just counted the amount of potentiometers on just the ones that are finished. So this row here, except for this one on the end, are not finished. These are ones that I still have to get into. In order to knob all of these knobs, and these are not the knobs that you will now see in the art section of Twitter, I need 40 knobs. So I gotta buy like 50 of something soon, because I'm gonna need more than just what's here. You know what? I'm gonna put a bolt in the untuned. I'm gonna put a bolt in all these so they don't immediately fall out when I tip this thing upwards. Oh, how's it going, Udo? Oh, are you doing a topless stream now? I think I am. I've been diagnosed with artism, and now I'm going to go do an art. There's going to be penises and boobs. Oh, it's going to be great. So much art. I put the F in art. There's not enough people here. Listen, I've been uploading VODs. This is the 15th time I've said that today, but boy howdy, me being casual with 100 people watching me. Whereas now it's like 50. I think everybody's busy this holiday season and it's not COVID anymore. So everyone is not home. They're all touching grass. Is what I keep telling myself. But I need Burn the Subs to come back because that'll get me there. My Bic and Tick has so many wires in it. I can't get it in here without it. Hopefully cyberpunk music doesn't get flagged by YouTube. Hey, what's up, Gonad? I don't touch grass. Artistically, yeah, as long as it's artistic. Actually, I think they mean, I think they still ban actual nudity. I think they clarified that. You can draw nudie stuff, but you can't be nudie, which, again, that completely exonerates all of my schematics, because every single time I open up MS Paint to show you guys something, I draw a dick in the bottom of the document. And I could have gotten in trouble with it, but now I can't. You guys can't. You can't. I'm free. I'm finally free. No more do I have to hide in the shadows. I can draw my dicks all day, every day. You lick grass. Actually, you should not eat grass. It has, what is it, silicate or something? Just, it's got stuff that'll really ruin your teeth. It'll really fuck up your teeth. Licking it is probably fine, but eating grass is a no-no. Stream of the evening. Love to have you on stream sometime. I keep trying to bring up when people mention making synth stuff. Listen, I shut down in the evening. I can't. I do this so that I don't end up watching streams all day and not working. That's just my own personal thing. But yeah, I would love to collab. I think that's how they're saying it now. I would love to. We just got to figure that out. And then so I've been playing around with the synth a little bit, and I was able to make it make noise. But it wasn't very good, and I still need to work at it. This stuff sucks. I mean, it's awesome, right? I get to build a machine that makes music for me. That's cool. But the stuff that sucks is that these analogs, sorry, there's a big close-up of my, hello, chat, how are you? They smell, what do you guys smell? All right, but anyway, tuning these things has been impossible. And then on top of that, I've got the whole ego hit of having to listen to my dumbass talk about this stuff like I have any authority on my VODs. It sucks. My ego is dead. It's dying. I should get a right angle one of these. That would be a good idea. That'd be an investment. Not as many blinking lights as I thought there would be. Like the analog VCOs don't really have any LEDs on them. These are too bright. These are only a little bit too bright. Pick and tick is proper. Let's see. That probably looks a little better. Of course, it's not the sound that you're hearing right now. I need to figure out how to make some melodies, and I think Crimes and Ornamentation will do that for me. I need to learn how to work this thing now. Which one am I looking for? Harrington. No, not Harrington. Auto Quantumania, no. Lowrents, Peaked. I think a lot of what this thing does is it takes in control voltages and turns it into like melodic stuff. I think. Micro USBs mangled? How does that happen? Oh God, get out of this music. Now we're talking. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yes, that's the good stuff. Rob Oz rode around listening to almost exclusively that song when he was playing his most recent playthrough. They got crushed in transit. Micro USB, huh? Yeah, so my body is like dead. I got that new tool cart in here myself yesterday, so I had to take all the drawers out, carry them all down the stairs, which is up and down, up and down, up and down the stairs, then put the whole thing on a dolly and lower it down step by step. My back is crushed. I'm getting like cramps and stuff as I like sit here. But lucky for me, the rolling casters are the same size as the fixed casters. So buying 2 extra rolling casters now means that I can move that thing as I please all over the shop if I need to. I don't really need to, and I'd have to move stuff out of the way now in order to get it out of its little cramped corner. But now I have storage for all of my little test equipment pieces that typically would sit out and gather dust. So it's nice. It's nice to have that now. Now if I need that like pokey thing that reads resistors and capacitors, I can just grab it. Be pretty cool. I do wish I had room to have like an equipment wall, because I have enough like derelict. I've got 2 oscilloscopes now. Well, 3. I have 3 oscilloscopes now. One is a very old Tektronix from the early 2000s. The other is my 2010s Rigol, and then I have the now 2020s new Rigol. But having all that stuff, and then I've got a tube scope sitting like way behind me, a tube scope that I can fix up and get that thing working again. And then, you know, it would be lovely to have just like tons of equipment that I could have turn on automatically and just do the blinking lights, sort of in the same way that I've got the synth looking like it's doing something and not actually doing anything. But yeah, I would love to do that. Yeah, everybody should be doing USB-C, even though it's probably a little bit difficult to get USB-C soldered these days. You can do a lot with drag soldering, though. What fell on the ground? Keep like dropping these little things. All right, let's see. I need a singular bolt to hold that M303 in place, because it's kind of sagging out. I don't know if Dave is gonna let me have this or if he wants the corpse back, but this thing is like properly non-functional. It's not in good shape. Drag soldering will get you a long way to USB-C, though. Some of them are really complicated, though. Like one of the ones on, I believe, Octajay's tablet piece. His tablet had like an inboard USB-C. It was one of the ones that like goes into it needs like a cutout on the PCB for it. And then I think another one had stages. You had to put the little inside piece in, solder that, and then a shroud would click in over top of it. Oh my God, this controller is not in a good shape. It's not a good shape. I just knocked it over and it went completely psycho and tried to fall off the desk. These button heads are just enough to grip if you can actually get into it, but let's see. Is this the right size? Yeah, this is. I'm playing cyberpunk music in hopes that it doesn't get copy struck. I've been through the ringer with this copyright stuff lately. Whew, I didn't stream on Tuesday, so my internet presence is pretty much faded from existence, and everyone forgot about me. I was feeling kind of dumpy. Still feel kind of dumpy, but I'm a lot better than I was. These 2 modules are going to be an absolute pain. This one I don't even know what to do about. These 2 are both kind of the same matched transistor sort of VCO thingy. Actually, the M303 works in very similar ways as well. They've got matched pair transistors fighting each other in order to make a sine wave. But I have no idea what the problem is. Millipal? Is Paul some creator? Yeah, all the front plates are 3D printed because I'm poor. The PCBs were all, for all these things, everything but the 303 in that rack is DIY. I built it myself. I built it myself by buying a circuit board of it. So Marbleps and Sheeps are all very, very small professional designs. Stuff like the 3340 and the Bic and Tick are much larger through-hole designs. The BMC-15 is the only one of those that went together and didn't fight me at every turn. But oh, an employee of Louis Rossmann. Okay, that makes sense. I would think that it would be equated back to Louis. All of these things, well, most of these things I built myself, but I bought circuit boards for like 20 bucks each, which adds up. That adds up. But hopefully some of that money gets back to the people who created these designs. Some of them gave the designs out for free to do whatever you want with them. So people make these circuit boards. Yeah, these are PETG, and I couldn't do these small text on them because it would ruin the print. The print would become completely terrible. 1 nanopol is 10 cc's of liquid flux. Oh God. Do not become addicted to flux. It is a crutch. I don't like using a lot of flux because flux is nasty stuff. It's not good and clean and pure. It's horrible stuff. I just don't like, it makes everything solder nicely, that's for sure. But I don't think the trade-offs are worth it. I gotta figure out about my mic preamp. I would like to get the mic sort of moved away from the VSTs. The last stuff we tried failed. I may have to make a powered box that has all the features in it. So we built an EQ, and the EQ works. We didn't build a compressor. I don't know how I'm gonna build a compressor. I don't know how to do that. We could probably find something pretty good in the whatever that project website was, that fellow who makes all the amps and stuff. Really good stuff in there, but I could probably find a compressor and get it to sort of replicate my settings. I need to update my sound. My sound is not that great. I sound a little bit muffled, and I'm scared to fix it because once you get your audio stuff working properly, you don't touch it. But I want to be a little louder, and I want a little bit more variation in my noise, my noise, the noises that are coming out of my face. There's what was I gonna say? Like looking at my old streams, what I'm hearing right now is not what you guys are hearing. I originally designed the audio here in order to be acceptable for power tools to be used in conjunction with everything else, and that kind of mutes my voice out a little bit. It makes me a little bit more mutey. I tried to get a little bit of bass out of my voice, what I hear, and I still sound like a hyper nerd. I sound like I'm talking with my nose. But yeah, this is pretty muted. I don't know if I need to pull this up a little bit or something. But this is to save you guys from having your speakers explode when I use a loud tool with heavy frequencies. Now, this could brighten up my sound a little bit. There are better plugins for doing this. I found a $600 one, but I don't know what. Yeah, I'm boosting the bass a little bit there, but this is mainly right here. I could probably brighten it up a little bit. I'm going to touch my audio. I'm going to do the forbidden. That might have a bit of an effect. I don't know. I hope that brightens me up a little bit. Who knows? There's, I got a high frequency cutoff. Hopefully none of my voice is up there. Doesn't look like it is. There's a little bit. I don't think that's very pleasant. Oh God, it's horrible. You shut up. I know you're lying. I know it probably had a very subtle difference there. When I originally designed this, what I did is I sat here and I recorded myself saying the same phrase over and over again while moving these knobs and recording just a brief thing of video. I would then listen to it on headphones while watching that video in order to get just the right spot dialed in. What I really need to do though is move this away from the Focusrite and use the Focusrite as my main sound input, so I can have channels from my mixer go directly into the Focusrite, and then the mixer would be able to do all of the microphone processing, because it has some more advanced tools for kind of getting stuff out of your mics. But it's a Rodecaster though, so it's really like they're like, we tuned it perfectly for Rode products, but nothing else. So having a lav mic is not really something they considered when they made this podcasting mixer, not a streaming mixer, which shouldn't be much of a difference there. But the subtle things are what kind of ding you on that one. So I was able to use Marbleps to make a beat with basics. And then I tried using some of the other equipment to make anything melodic, and it just really didn't work out. I need like an arpeggio engine, which I think is what Crimes and Ornamentation can do. Ornamentation and Crime. I don't know. Turn that down more. It needs to be way in the background. That way I don't get in trouble for it. I'm kind of tossing myself into the deep end on this one. We're going to do motor controllers, and I looked up a lot of this stuff, and I don't know what I have versus what I don't have. So our fallback is looking at analog electronics modules or other stuff. By the way, there was a huge. I sound Canadian. Oh no, I didn't even see that comment before. I have a homemade ultrasonic machine made from a food service tray and a 50-watt ultrasonic module. That's pretty cool. That's actually really cool. Yeah, I don't have room for an ultrasonic bath. If I did, I'd probably use flux a little bit more. But it's fun to twist knobs and cross wires. Yeah, you feel like an old-timey, 1950s scientist, because you're literally using that standardization, kind of. The 19-inch rack and the smaller Telcom modules for the Euro rack. And that was basically all they would, 1950s. Let's make a sci-fi. Here's a bunch of old Telcom stuff that the studio bought. Let's put that in the corner of the room. You're now a scientist. You have to wander around poking this stuff and acting like you know what it's saying. Oh man, I'm sweating. I think I closed the window. It should be properly cold in here. Let me open up this window and we'll get a bunch of cold air in. Where's my puppy? Ah, it's the day sphere. Oh God, why did I stream during the day? People around here, this house, have very regular schedules, and so streaming during the day is unfortunately a necessity. I rarely do stuff at night. My brain kind of shuts down. I should do more nighttime, like, project stuff, because, I mean, God knows I'm doing it already. I'm just sitting here trying to make sure that I have a variety of content for you fucks. And so I'm sitting here, like, working on stuff. But I don't know. Plus, when we get into the U.S. evening, I lose most of my audience. Although numbers are probably better on the USA time slot, huh? That's why Roboz goes super late all the time. You're sweating and I'm in my house with my coat on. Yeah, well, first of all, the sun is coming directly into the window, and I had it closed, and I'm in a basement. So that usually means that I'm like the opposite of whatever the weather's doing. It's like cold out. It's like properly cold out, but it's just so, I'm like, I gotta cool off. I wonder if I would be violating TOS if I took my shirt off to change medical equipment. I don't know. Is that protected by the ADA? Because technically I'm protected by the ADA. I have a disability, and that's that I can't eat cake. No, I can eat cake. I just have to plan for it. And then whenever people are like, "Why you don't eat dessert?" And I'm like, I just don't feel like doing all that work. I have to do like a legitimately significant amount of work in order to like eat cake and not feel like shit. So I just don't do dessert. But then yeah, it's like, can I violate Twitch TOS, get slapped, and then slap them back with the ADA, and make a lot of viewers, get some press, make a lot of viewers? It's a very cynical way of looking at streaming on Twitch. Very cynical way of looking at things. How can I get in trouble at Twitch's expense and up my viewership? I'm not an insufferable human being. You can have your cake and eat it too if you want to sacrifice it, suffer from it. I mean, people don't consider it, and I don't get a lot of questions these days, but I used to get a lot of like, why wouldn't you eat dessert? It's like, I don't want to describe to you how it would ruin my afternoon. So the synth is coming along. We're getting there. Everything on the top row and a couple things in the bottom row up until the gap work. Everything to the right of the gap doesn't. So, and I would like to get it all working. I don't know if sheep's really has much of a place in my setup. I can't eat it. I choose not to. Most of it's just not appealing. Well, that's one way to do it. I mean, I do like sweets, but almost done. Not even a little. Not no. We are still pretty far from the finish line. It turns out building the synthesizer hardware, that's the easy part. That's the really easy part. Building it correctly, that's the hard part. That's the really hard part. That's the part that we're dealing with right now, is the infinite troubleshooting of analog electronics. Now, we're not doing that today. I'm going to try to keep variety here. Maybe we'll do synthesizer stuff tomorrow. Most of it is me learning how these things work, because I don't know how they work. I don't know, like, what is going on in these circuits. They're all analog, and they're all very fiddly about the hardware that they have in them. I think, like, the wrong JFET is affecting the rest of the circuit, but I don't know how to test that. I've never seen anything like that before. So I need to go through these things bit by bit, like connection by connection, and probe them and test them and learn what they're doing and how that should look to test equipment. That's the problem that I'm having, is that I don't know how this stuff should look. We can probe it all day, every day, and I can say, oh, there's 2 volts there. There's 3 volts there. There's 1 volt there. We need to go through and bit by bit. I almost feel like what I should have done is build the power supply, test. Build the initial oscillator, test. Build the filter, test. Like, each step of the way, just making sure that everything, yeah, this really is the hard work, and it's the part that I don't think a lot of people consider in these projects. Should I, is it more comfortable if I look like that over to chat, and then I glance at you directly? I'm more comfortable with it like this. That means that my video window is completely off of the window that I use to program. Now, when I program something, I'll be looking like this, which I gotta glance out of the corner of my eye. I gotta see what this looks like. Hold on. It does look more like I'm looking at you guys instead of at the programming window. This is kind of this is how we used to have it, is where I'd be programming something and I'd be looking like this, up at what I'm programming. So it's just gonna be, it'll be a little different around here, chat. You're getting a new brother or sister. Things will be just a little different. But I still love you. Sort of. Oh, I can zoom out on that. I didn't know that. Let me move these over. Way over here. Yeah, see, if I ever need to moderate anything in chat, it's all the way over here. This is why I have no camera. Gonad is like the video game character, where if you turn the camera, like if you do like a floating third-person camera, it's just a pair of arms that are floating in space. That's basically Gonad. That's what Flatulent Gonad is. It's a pair of weird, like thin person hands floating around a shop. Every now and then they disassociate, and one of them moves away from the other one, and sometimes there's a third one. I don't know what's going on there. I think he needs like a patch or an update or something like that, but yeah. Does Willow know? How did she respond? Willow has had a traumatic couple of days, and unfortunately, she hasn't been visiting down here. I wish she did, because like YouTube hasn't she saw her for like a split second at the start of stream, but then she scarpered off. She's been a trooper. She's been a very brave girl over the past couple days, because I got this new tool cabinet in, and it's not small, and she does not like stuff like that. So. Soon I will be able to show this thing doing stuff. I am not confident in it yet. You can see that I've taken to the magic marker and I've made a bunch of labels for everything, because the memory fails. You can learn about everything, you know, how these things work to the end of time, and you'll forget everything. Where does that plug in? Where does that go? Rinzu, thank you for subscribing to my art stream, where we put the F into art. I appreciate that very much. You guys are keeping the lights on around here, by the way. I really appreciate you guys hanging out with me and spending some time listening to somebody gibber on about things that they're passionate about. So many doodads. I know, look at all these blinking lights. I had projects that I've been working on for 2 years. Yeah, well, you know. You and me both, brother. You and me both. I'm looking at me working on this thing during streams going, yeah, we'll finish that in no time. And then I look behind me and it's like in the same state that it was. We'll get there. We'll get there. We will get there. We will get there. The VOD uploading has been a new exercise in humility for me, in hearing my own voice, seeing my own stuff, looking at my content, and being like, this sucks. So I'm gonna change over and become a body painting streamer. This is cyberpunk music. I don't know if it's gonna get copyright flags or what. I'm doing my best out here until this thing can create pleasant noises to be my intro. What's up, Mahalo? How's it going? Yeah, so should we get started? There's a little lull in the music there. I'm willing to take that one. This is a 5-hour play. What the hell? 5 hours? Holy crap, that is a long. Yeah, let's get started. It's been it's been too long. Paying you not to paint yourself. Subscriber, I become a body painting stream. I should put that disclaimer in. Overlays, rack view. That'll dim that down, and then we go and we focus back. Let me add something here. Let's do a text. Create new. Rect. I'm gonna make it like super tiny. Cool. Okay. So yeah, what are we doing today? Well, I wanted to dust off, and I do literally mean dust off, the RC car project a little bit here. I've been uploading VODs, as I've said 100,000 times today, and this thing keeps coming up. Seems that my VODs are somewhere in the era of me working on this RC car project. This is a WL Toys RC car. It's a 1:24 scale car that is all-wheel drive, and you can buy all kinds of accessories for it, including carbon fiber parts. I've been kind of through this project again and again. This originally started as a means by which to really effectively and complicatedly cheat at Mario Kart Home Circuit. I was going to put in a different motor and a suspension and do all kinds of stuff like that. But I'm not going to answer that question. But anyway, it kind of dropped off because it became too long of a project. If I was able to very quickly modify the Mario Kart Home Circuit, that would have been good. I could have really gone far with that. And, you know, I was going to like send it to Djibouti Show and they could do a stream with it and that would be fun and funny. But I'm too involved. I'm too much of an engineer. And I wanted to do a bunch of stuff so that, you know, I had... Don't come up with ideas for me right now, please. I'm overwhelmed already. I wanted to put like different motors and suspensions in it. I wanted to do a Super Leggera Mario Kart Home Circuit, so I could do like a dry bones that would be super light and have all-wheel drive, stuff like that. Like do weird, cool stuff to it. I didn't strike while the anvil was still hot. I struck, and then I researched and engineered, and I had all these wonderful ideas, and time just made a fool of us all. Time just marched on without me, and it became way too much. This happens a lot, and it's something that I need to work on. I need to work on moderating the good idea fairy. You can see as soon as I mention the Mario Kart stuff, people are coming up with ideas for me. I don't want that. Like, ideas are easy. They're the thing that's bogging us down. If I had acted and I 3D printed a dry bones and drilled a bunch of holes in the plastic, I could have sent that over to them. been like, it's a Superleggera one, it's super light. They'd have been like, wow, you did a terrible job. And I'm like, yeah, I did. But I did it. I didn't do it. And so the RC car from then kind of evolved. The RC car, the 1/24th scale RC car project kind of evolved. It became sort of my learning platform for Fusion 360. What's up, Thunderblaze? Thunderblaze. But yeah, it became my platform to learn Fusion 360. And through it, I was able to get much better at 3D modeling and figuring out all the features that Fusion 360 has. And then I decided to make it into a little like drift car, because the 1/24th scale is a nice size. You know, you can put a couple carpets down in the garage, and then you have a full track for these things. That's what it was originally intended for, this scale. You put down a couple mats, and when you're done, you roll them all up, put them in the corner of the garage. You have a full scale RC car track in not so big of an area. This thing is covered in dog hair. In not so big of an area. It's kind of cool. So what I wanted to do is drift around my floors here with this thing. I got a couple versions of this working, right? A couple of these working. Then I decided to go to a full 3-phase motor on this thing, right? And I was gonna do the motor controllers and stuff like that, but I didn't follow through, and this got put in the bin, and the bin got put on the shelf. So I'm coming back to this thing for a little bit. I know we need to work on burning the subs, but that's been like the monkey on my back for such a long time. We will get there. It's just we're not doing that yet. Have you worked on aviation-related projects before? Not on stream. There's not. So the end game for projects like this is like, what do I do? Do I take this out into the neighborhood and film you guys watching me play with an RC car? Not much that I can do in terms of the end game. Now the projects themselves are actually, it's a lot of fun. You get to put modules together and make something work. But for this iteration, I would like to at least get one of these motor controllers that I bought working for this thing. I don't know how that's going to go across. I don't know if we're going to be able to get that totally done, but oh yeah, a lot of this RC stuff is getting kind of crazy now. From where it used to be. So I don't know what we're going to be able to accomplish today. Would like to get some stuff done on this thing so that it can actually function. Just so I can say that I did it, because I'm looking at these streams from like 2 years ago, and I'm sitting here like, oh boy, I'm going to get this RC car running and working, and it'll be fun. I can, pandemic drift car, la 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 la. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I didn't get any of it done. So in addition to allowing me to finish a project, that also helps me get this thing running. This is a blower motor. This is a 3-phase blower motor. This is a 3-phase blower motor out of a CPAP machine. It can move a lot of air. It can move a lot of air quietly. This is perfect for my 3D printer. I can put a bit of CPAP hose on this thing, drape it over the top of the printer, have it go to the hot end, and then the hot end can have just a ton of power in order to move air and cool prints. And then I can finally have bridging and stuff. I'm missing one of the motor mounts. Great. Well, we'll put those aside for now, just so I don't totally lose them. It's got these nice soft rubber mounts to keep it quiet, to keep it from resonating the outside. This is from a Philips CPAP machine, and Philips, in their infinite wisdom, decided that they would love if they would put some open cell foam in the air pathway of the machine. So they said, well, we'll put this dinky little filter on the input. That goes into the fan, and then the fan goes through a bunch of chambers where we'll measure the air and make sure that the patient gets a certain amount of air, so we're not like hurting them, or because it varies its speed depending on your breathing. And then we are going to put it through in these chambers. We're going to have foam. We're going to put foam in the air pathway in these chambers. Then it's going to go through a little water bath where it gets moist, and then it gets yeeted out to the patient without a single other filter in the way. There's a problem with that. Foam, if you've ever worked on a classic car, foam is while wonderful engineering material, a lot of engineers use it as a crutch. And foam can degrade. And it especially can degrade in a medical device that people are cleaning with chemicals. You want to be careful about that. And I guess they didn't anticipate that people would be using chemicals that would harm the foam, not to mention the fact that over time, the foam is going to get brittle because it's plastic, and it will throw little pieces of plastic into your lungs. Not good. That's not a good situation. So this motor is out of that CPAP machine. They were called all the CPAP machines. I could have gotten like $100 for that machine if I turned it in. Oops. We took it apart the day I found out about the recall. They're like, if you purchased another one or this or that or the other thing. I'm like, no, I didn't do anything like that. I just stopped using the CPAP and then I took it apart. So I don't have any proof of purchase or anything. They barely know that I owned one. Which, oh well, I guess I don't get the money from the recall now. That kind of sucks. But, you know, as any kind of penance, we can get this thing running because this is a perfectly functional motor. These things, I think these go for like $100. They're hard to find, like a three-phase blower motor. We were looking for one, and this is all that we knew about. We could only find evidence of this motor in the spare parts catalog for the Dream Machine. I don't know if there's more, but anyway, so I want to get this motor running. Now, I've been able to get it running with other motor controllers just fine. Problem is, a lot of those motor controllers don't care, like especially the drone motors, the ones for like flying drones. I already told you guys what I'm doing with this thing. The motor controllers for drones don't care about sound. They have a startup sequence, they check to see that everything's working, they make a bunch of squeaking and blip noises, and then they'll automatically start up at a slow speed. I don't want that. I want it to be utterly and completely silent throughout its entire, you know, existence. It's supposed to be as quiet as possible. It's supposed to start up quiet and give us a lot of air when we demand it, basically. So I went to RC car motors. This didn't really work out either. Those do the same thing. They're loud. So we're gonna try to get this thing running on a different sort of motor controller, and I need to remind myself of what all this stuff is. It was a suggestion by Short Lurker because he knows a lot of the RC car stuff, and then I found something that uses the same platform, the same microcontroller, and we can get in and actually like edit the parameters of this thing. So this is a drone motor. This is a drone motor. I don't think no, it does go in reverse. It goes forward and reverse because it's a three-phase thing. It does 3 phases, but it's much smaller than any of the other controllers that I've seen. I've got 4 of these because I could only buy them in a 4-pack because drones. So one for this, another one for this, and they will be programmed slightly differently. So I need to find that software. I think it might be like a Google Chrome plugin or something. We need to figure out how to hook into it, and then we need to edit the parameters and then test them on a motor. So it's not too complicated. Hopefully we can get it done in time within one stream. The thing I need to look up is what do I even call this thing? So the ones that I specifically got are SkyStars BL32. There it is. So BL32 is what we're going to be looking up. I have no idea what I'm doing, by the way. I have no idea. So let's get a window over here. Oops, hold on. VZBot community is using those CPAP motors for printing too. There you go. The model can be found on Ollie with optional controller. The module is just 5 times the size of that drone one. Yeah, the drone ones were relatively cheap. What was it called? BL32? That wasn't it. Yeah, BL32. So how do we do anything with this thing? Blowers, BL32. Handheld blower is a true professional grade blower. What? Oh, we're finding this, the thing that I bought. How cheap are they on Alibaba? 15 bucks, little man. Put that shit in my hand. If you don't got the dough, then you owe me, oh. Let's see. Specification, brand, SkyStars. 3 to 6 cell. I'm a little worried about that actually, because the RC car I only have 2S batteries for. I don't know if I could even get 3S for this thing. That one I believe is 2S. That might be a problem for the RC car. For the 3D printer, I don't know if I have 3S worth of power to get to it. BL Heli 32. Current detection, no. Dimensions, tiny. Telemetry, yes. 40 amp. SkyStar. Talon 32. Oh yeah, there was a note about using a diode on it for something. Talon 32 SkyStars. I gotta figure out what my, what we're programming it with. How we are programming it. These things are super cheap though. It's not Pixhawk. I think that's the flight controller. BL Heli 32 ESC is working on the Pixhawk. Capacitor for programming works. Telemetry is shown. Only thing showing up is amps on the motors. Yeah, they don't actually measure current. They're super light. That's, I think, the whole thing about them. YouTuber found they were selling the same 3-phase generator rated for 500 watts all the way to 3,000 watts. Only difference is you paid more for the higher rating tag. It's the same product. That's funny. That's better than them leaving out parts of the thing and then you soldering them back in. It's like they're just the same thing. Okay, so it's I don't think it's BL32. What is the software? I may have to look it up in okay. I may have to look it up in my Discord. Why am I seeing an acupuncture point? So they got dicks all over the I guess we got our nudity. There we go. Jeez. All right, so we're not looking up BL32 with a space in there, or we get a bunch of butts. So this is an STM32 product. Let me see if I can dig up on my Discord where months and months ago Shorty was talking about them. Let's go to Stream Project and scroll up for 5 fucking years. I gotta keep scrolling. Keep scrolling. Keep scrolling. This is a long time ago. I forget exactly when it... Actually, wait, I can check that. I can go see when I ordered them, and then that would be when Short Lurker told me about them. So orders, and then search ESC. Oh, that was searching the whole website. Hold on. Search all orders for ESC, and you guys aren't allowed to see this. This was October 16th. Okay, so we scroll back to October. November. Keep going. Oh yeah, all the deleted chats. Okay, here's October. And oh, that skull speaker destroyed me. I think I'll be able to channels being created. Oh yeah, that's when I made the VOD channel too. It was in October. You see here. The skull speaker I want to come back to because I've got the speaker driver and everything. We just need to tune the input to it, and I need to finish building that little circuit. I would like to get that running because it's a fun little speaker. And this is discourse about the kinks, the random generator in the kinks module. What else do we got here? People adding me almost constantly. Toolbox suite for the B Heli 32 ESC. GitHub, aka Motors. There we go. Okay, so let's take a look at what Shorts is trying to tell me. Creating a PC link to AM32 using an Arduino. So if they're just using a TX and RX, I've got FTDI boards. Cheapest Arduino Nanos that I can find, Atmega 328P. Other chips may also work with Method 1, for example, Amazon recommended. You want to connect the signal PWM from the ESC pin to D3 on the Arduino. Some of these cheap Arduino Nanos come with different older bootloader, but it's no big deal. Both of these methods will work. Blah, blah, blah. 2 ways to create an Arduino PC link. One is probably the easiest way. Method 1, using BL Heli 32 software. You go there, you program the Arduino. Method 2, Arduino IDE. What is that all about? PC link, multi-ESC config tool. Connect your programmed Arduino PC link to your PC USB port. So it's not just like a TXRX, it's like a one-wire protocol, and you need to use some type of an Arduino in order to get that talking. All right, so let's see here. First things first, I need to find an Arduino. We go to the bin full of Arduinos as a result. How do you choose? I mean, I've got the, oh man, this thing was expensive back in the day. Like the dinky Arduinos that I have require the TXRX thing on it. But these are Atmega 328P, like AU. PAL. So are these. These have the FTDI built in. They're kind of pointless. I don't need them anymore. I've got much, much better microcontrollers. I guess we could just try to use this one. I don't know which ones of these are broken. Some of them are broken. I don't know which ones they are. Yeah, let's shove one of these guys in there. Which ones of y'all work? One has it there, the other has it in a right angle. These are, what year are these from? These are so old. They're so old. Arduino Nano version 2.3. And this one's version 3.0. I guess we'll try the version 3.0, might as well. And then in order to use that, we need perforated prototyping board, of which I found a bunch. I know where they all are now. Wait, where are they? What did I do with them? Are they? I think they're in the drawer. I think they're right here between my legs. Did I shove them in here? I guess not. Well, actually, this would probably be a better. Is it going to fit on there? Because all we're doing is taking like 2 pins out of this thing. Yeah, this'll do. Oh, but one of these is like totally melted, so I don't know if I can actually get this to press in. Oh my god, that's never coming out. If I do get that to go in there. These have some pretty tight clips inside of them. You got to poke them with a pin tool in order to open them up, get them to work. Oh, maybe I threw them in a drawer down here? No. Double no. Yeah, I got this new tool cabinet. Oh wait, here's one. All the way up here. So we have the Kinks sample and hold circuit on this board already, but I guess I'm breaking it down, huh? That's a shame because that was a big project, getting that whole thing together. Then again, we've got other stuff. We've got other stuff to plan out on that. All right, so we're breaking down a perf board. It's always sad. Let's get the through-hole parts miscellaneous bin. Where's that bin? I feel like I just saw it. Yeah, here it is. Just a miscellaneous bin that I can throw through-hole parts into. And this window's in my way. Minimize that window. It is a chore managing all these windows. All right, let's take all this stuff apart. So all that just gets dumped in here with sort of disregard to the original purpose or anything. We're just throwing stuff in there and sorting it out some other time. Goodbye, sweet circuit. Because all we're really using this to do is hooking up like a one-wire exchange on the breadboard. We need a brain in order to do that, and so the 328P is going to be the brain in order to do that. I feel like a TXRX. Well, no, you can mix a TXRX. There was an old way, and I forget what I did that for. I think it was some of this drone stuff where you would take the TX and the RX and basically just wire them together and put them to the same single wire, and that way you could receive and send a one-wire style protocol. But I think you had to have more direct control over the pins. So I guess you couldn't do that with just like an FTDI chip, because the FTDI is trying to talk serial, and you would need a serial style protocol instead of a one-wire style protocol. And you don't want to, since it's all digital, you don't want to get analog in there. You don't want to have like a virtual ground, or like a 2.5 volt signal. And if you go up to 5, it's a send, and if you go down to 0, it's it's too complicated. And then we will have a nice blank breadboard as a canvas on which to draw a bunch of genitalia. I think that's what Twitch is doing now, right? They're drawing genitalia. Where is that? Am I spelling that right? I'm going to go ahead and search that in a new window. Actually, we're going to search that in an incognito window. Yeah, I think I spelled it. Yeah, I did. Nope. Hold on, I'm going to Google it. The genitals. Is that like a band or something? All. Yeah, okay, I got it right. Jeez, I gotta spell check that word of all things. Okay, back to work. Getting all this stuff. I'll take the text off screen eventually. All right, so this tutorial has me starting with our Arduino. Now, because there's a USB plug on it, I'll put it all the way up on the edge of the board here, plug it in right up at the edge, and that way my USB cable has space. Positive and negative, we're not doing much other circuit work on this. We're plugging pretty much one pin into it, and well, maybe two, because we need ground, right? Some of these cheap Arduino Nanos come with a different older bootloader, but it's no big deal. Both of these methods will work with either bootloader. Oh, and I need a USB cable. Where are my USBs? There should be one in here associated with the programmer. Where's that programmer? Why don't I see it? I thought I put it in here. Well, there's one in here, but the one with the cable should be... First problem, finding the programmer. The Pro Gamer. Where could it be? Did it end up here? Shouldn't be. Also, it should not be down here, but it might have ended up there. Yeah, it did. Okay, so here's my 3-volt programmer with the USB cable that I like. This used to be one of those retractable ones, so it's just this like light, flat USB to USB B. I don't have a lot of USB whatevers. Micro. One's micro, the other's mini, and I can't tell which one's which. These things had a big flaw in them, and that sometimes when you plug them in, they will push one of the 4, hold on, I'm gonna cough. When you plug these things in, the 4 like contacts, every now and then, it would catch on one and push it backwards. And with that pin being pushed backwards, it would form a little tab at the end that would contact your USB shroud, which is grounded. So I actually had it happen once where it pushed back a power pin directly into the ground and became a short, which is not fun when you're dealing with like 2 amps of 5 volts. Why are you not plugging in? Am I pushing a tab back? Is that what's going on? That did not feel right. Oh boy. I don't know what this microcontroller was doing previously. Here's our little programming header. But it's gonna get reflashed. Red light. I guess that means power. Is anything else heating up on it? No? Looks okay. Kids these days, yeah, they don't. Okay, so whatever this thing is doing right now, it's gonna get reprogrammed. So let's go back to see what we need to do. We probably have a very old bootloader on this thing. Let's just see if we can do. So we're looking for download the BL Heli Suite software for your OS. So we are in, what? That doesn't even have a Linux, Mac. Why? Mac OS, Linux. And then I guess these are Windows. Or do you have to have a Macintosh in order to do this? No, there's no way. Oh, 32. Those must be the source. 32-bit, I suppose. So there's version 10. Mediafire, huh? I feel like I'm getting a virus. But the file came from Germany, so 4 megs. All right. Open the folder. Extract. We gotta maybe install it. Oh no, it just runs. That's nice. It's nice when they do that. Text files, interfaces, manuals, missed screenshots. So we run this, and then, oh my God. Make interface. BL Heli bootloader, 4-way interface. Nano with Atmega 328, old bootloader. Baud, that's fine. And then what do they want me to do? They want me to, yeah, BL Heli bootloader. So, wait, what? Oh, I see, yeah, it's the buttons for everyone. Okay, so I'm not really, they're not asking for a port. Although they did, wow, there's a lot of them, huh? Oh, and Pro MIDI is on here too, in case we mess up bad enough. But yeah, we'll just leave it alone. I think it might have scanned in order to figure out that it was a Nano with the old bootloader. So let's give it a go. Oh wait, port. There we go. That's where we get dinged. Yeah, no comm interface. Can I refresh the comms? It should show up as a comm. Let's take a look at Device Mangler. Devices. Ports, portable devices, network adapter. Where's my COM LPT ports? Firmware, cameras. This is a mess. Oh, really? Only the pure thermal? Never mind. Focusrite, HID devices is really messed up. Imaging, keyboards, monitors, network adapters, portable devices. Print cues. I should have a COM LPT one. We haven't done, well, we've done Arduino stuff relatively recently. So maybe this one's having a little trouble. Or maybe my USB mini is just too long. That sometimes happens. Yeah, let's plug in a little closer to the hub. This is just an extension port so that I have a USB port in the middle of the desk where we do all the Arduino stuff, but we can also plug it in over here. Let's see if it shows up. Yeah, there it goes. Where did it go? That's USB bus controllers, but then we have processor printer. Why am I getting confused? Why would I get confused? We should have a COM LPT interface on this. But I ain't seeing it. I don't know if this thing, no, this thing doesn't see anything. Okay, so this might be a bad Arduino. Even the light's coming on, but I don't see any communication on the TX and RX lights. And this should by all means work just fine. Yeah, the TX and RX aren't doing anything, so this might be a blown up Arduino. There's some of these I've gotten because people put 12 volts into them. Totally blew them up. and then I had to refurbish my software that went into them, and I had to totally reprogram it from nothing. That wasn't a fun time. That was not a fun time. Because I didn't back up my software anywhere. I didn't use GitHub. I don't know what a GitHub is. Some bit of a pervert. All right, let's try this one and see if we get a device. Whoa, yeah, a lot of flashing lights there. And so after all those flashing lights, we have ports, COM, and LPT. I knew I wasn't going crazy. So COM3. And there's COM3. So yeah, whatever you were before, buddy, you're not it anymore. You're now my motor programmer. Pro gamer. Okay. Boop. Flash Arduino Nano with Atmega328 old bootloader at COM3 with Arduino one wire Nano 328.hex. Sure, yeah, I'll say yes to anything. Go. Cool. Didn't get a sync signal. That's cool. I like that. I like it when that happens. Yeah, seems to have failed, huh? Okay, now it's stopped communicating. I don't see any flashing lights. I'll try it again. Nope, flash failed. Okay. So unplug it, plug it back in, put it down on the desk, try again. Why would sync be failing? Nope, okay, hold on. I'm going to try to hit the reset button on my own. Nope. Why do you hate me? This is an Atmega 328, right? I think it is. Now we have other micros that we can try, so. Arduino Nano. Some scratches in it, but if I hit reset, well, it was communicating. We've got the ghostly blue. I always loved the blue light under the chip, because when you put this into a project with like a header underneath it, it'll create this sort of like ghostly glow under your microcontroller. Arduino Nano with Atmega 328. Let's put a new bootloader on this thing, I guess. I'll boot up Arduino and we can put a new bootloader in it. That's the best thing that I can think of doing here. So flash failed, so I'm just going to start up Arduino. AR LFG. Let's go. If I had property, if I didn't live in a communist neighborhood where it's all shared space, if I had actual fenced-in property, I would get one of those Alibaba like shredded robot kits. I don't want the new version. And it would be fun to have that as like a separate stream, just like wandering around. They would try to like kill a neighborhood dog or something with it, because I know your nature. I know what you guys are like when I give you guys a separate chat room of your own to control a robot that has some ability to harm me. AVR, we are a Nano. Tools, port, COM3, Arduino Nano, Atmega 328P. We don't want the old bootloader, we want the new one, and I'm going to burn the bootloader to it. So now we know that we have the new bootloader, the new bootloader. Did that finish? Oh, it's still doing it. This may take a minute. As someone that did robot streaming for a while, chat has only two goals: kill the robot, kill the owner. Yeah. Well, that's part of the inspiration. I mean, I don't think I'll ever be able to do it. I would have loved it if somehow streaming would have propelled me into sort of the higher functioning streamers. You know how people suddenly make a ton of money off of streaming and they start leveling up all their projects and doing crazy stuff. Like if that happened to me, I would love to do a stream where you get a robot arm and you very carefully program it so that it cannot harm you, and you put yourself on a set with a bunch of stuff that's breakable, and you do like, chat cooks me breakfast. And so your robot arm would have the ability to, grab a frying pan, put it on the stove, turn the stove on, etc. But what would result is just absolute chaos and obliteration. I would have liked to do that. Although the possibility exists that a robot hitting you with a frying pan and stuff, so I don't know about that. This is taking a while. This is... What was Let's Robots Slapbot? I don't know what that is. I do try to kind of separate myself from a lot of that content, though, because I don't want to... I mean, God, H-Bomber put out a 4-hour plagiarism video. I feel like I am very subject to accidentally plagiarizing my colleagues in this hobby. But people are much more lax about plagiarization in, like, engineering and programming, because there's a problem to be solved, and you would think that there's only one way to solve that problem. So of course they did the same thing this other person did. No, that's not the case. That's not. No, that's not the case. You put two engineers in a room and you tell them to solve the simplest of problems, and they will come up with. Well, you don't put them in a room. You put an engineer, two engineers in a separate rooms. You separate, put a divider up, and you give them the same exact project, and it could be the simplest thing you can imagine. They will come up with two completely unique ways to solve that. And if they are even a little bit similar, all of the accoutrements to that plan, to that project, to that design are going to be wildly different, influenced by the specialty of the engineer, personally what they're thinking, their creativity, all that stuff plays into it. So in programming, hey, how do I do this? And somebody's like, here's some code that I wrote to do it, and you take the code and you cut and paste it in. Everybody's cool with that. To a degree, that exists very heavily in electrical engineering, but everybody's pretty lax about accrediting stuff to different authors and things. A lot of the time I will try to give people credit for stuff that's done. It's like, hey, this is Mystery 836's code. It's tough to do sometimes, but one accountant to both parties, neither will finish the final product. Yeah, it's so anyway, like, we're not policed as heavily for plagiarism. What is it waiting to do here? What's going on? Usually it'll show you that it's being updated, but right now nothing is happening. Do I dare hit the reset button on this thing? Servo-powered arm with an inflated surgical glove on the end. That would slap the streamer. I wanted to do something like that. Mine would have been a boxing glove. Oh yeah, it was waiting for me to hit reset. A boxing glove on one of those extendy coat rack looking things. Oh, error while burning. It got an invalid... Wait a minute. Where was all this? We didn't see any of this stuff. Invalid device signature. Are we a different... Is this an Atmega 328? Might not be a 328. We could put a 328 in there. Oh my god, it's so old that I can't even read what it is. That is hard to... What is going on? Let's get really close. And the light will be different up here. It's an Atmega 168. What the heck? What is this crap? I can't win today. Wait, what did I just click? I think I just clicked the COM port. Well, I can throw the other chip onto this board and we can program it, but I don't know. I think the 328, is that over 16 megahertz? Well, I can also take the slightly newer board and we can put the chip on it. It's never easy around here. This is what I have to deal with. This kind of crap. It's either old or it's broken. I want to use one of these older microcontrollers with it though, because I think that's a better use of an ancient microcontroller. Where did the other one go? Did I throw it back in here? Where in here did it go? Or did it? Because I mean, next stop, the garbage can. We've solidly moved on from this style of Arduino. I just don't use them anymore. There's not really much. Oh, I put it all the way over here. Yeah, let's get the chip out of here and let's get a bootloader on a new chip, because I've got a couple Atmega 328s. I clicked on USB ASP under programmer. Okay, I'll have to flip that back. Now we could try to reflash this one first. Let's just see if we can reflash this one. That port does not seem to be very functional. Kind of a weird plug-in. I don't like how that feels. Okay. Oh wait, but this one doesn't even show up on the port. That means that something's wrong with the FTDI chip. This one's even more in a bad place than the other one. Yeah, see, it just doesn't show up at all. This one is beyond. This one is the FTDI chip not even showing up. So something else is wrong with this one. This one goes in the garbage. God, it does not like to unplug. Goodbye. I don't need you anymore. All right, let's take out that other one. I don't know if what was the clock on that one? I don't remember. Damn it. I think these are all 16 megahertz because I bought a bunch of 16 megahertz resonators to repair my Pro Minis, and then I decided never to use the Pro Mini again. We got stuff like the Pico Pi that's so much more powerful nowadays. Let's use hot air. Let's get this chip off of there, and then we'll look around and find another Atmega 328. This out of the way. All this out of the way. Let's bring this over to the camera and get this stuff out of the way as well. You all move over here where there's not going to be massive amounts of hot air. And this all is in my hot air line room. Bring that out. Okay, that's our goal, to remove that right there. So I can get a big pair of tweezers. I don't really think the ceramics are necessary, but I'll use them. I never really used them. I don't know if I like them that much, but I can use that to hold on to the chip. The solder's pretty old. This thing is probably from the early 2000s. Well, the Arduino is from the early 2000s. From like, it was probably solidly from like 2011, maybe 2010. So it helps to have just a little bit of flux on there. Hold on, gotta get a little bit more pressure on this. Can you only use an Atmega for this? Can the Pico work? If they've ported it to the Pico, maybe, but it's not really necessary for me to do. The Pico's more powerful than that's dog hair. Dog hair's gotten everywhere, and it's become kind of a problem. I need to bring the vacuum down here and make sure it gets some love. But yeah, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to use hot air to pop this sucker off of there. And then, well, let's get this one off before I do the new one. But I am not a believer in flux. I do not believe in using massive amounts of flux everywhere. I hate using it, in fact, because it's not good. Like the fumes are not good. But for desoldering and stuff, yeah, you know, it's got its uses. All right, so 500 degree air hitting this little chip. melting all the dog hair, creating just the best smells. This looks like it's relatively protected from heating up everything around it. Push comes to shove, I may have to put a little bit of solder on these pins in order to refresh. Oh, it's from 2008. Oh my God, it's even older than I thought. Whoops. Let's get heat into it a little longer. And I'm just looking to see for when things start melting. Yeah, I don't have that kind of stuff. Not Louis Rossmann. Even though I'm using his hot air gun with his tip, his expensive tips. Chat bought me these. They bought me these because I was going to get a 3D printer from a friend, and I didn't end up doing that. But chat thought I was. They were going to buy me a 3D printer as a joke. There we go. Okay, so now that goes back to the base, let it cool off, and we just do a little rework on this. Chips going to get replaced with an Atmega 328. I believe they're the same footprint. So let's find our Atmega 328, and then we'll clean up those pads. Op amps. Omnipod IC, Tiny 87, that's a weird one. Atmega 328P AU. Now these might cause a little bit of problem when we go to flash them, because they are the AU and not the regular chip, in which case we got to go deep into the Arduino settings and alter the flash program, like what it's looking for. And I already have a thing in there where it's like a line that I just need to comment out, and it'll be able to flash the alternative. Just for a while, the only availability of the 328 was the 328P. And we don't need to use hot air to put this thing back in. Oh my God, what happened here? Who hurt you? All this synthesizer stuff is what hurt us. That's our trauma. All right, so we got to clean up the pads and then get the new chip in. So I'm going to use a little bit of solder braid, desoldering braid, clean it up. I haven't done solder rework in a little while because of all the analog stuff. Nice to go digital every now and then and clean up a couple pins. Throw down a big brain onto a circuit board instead of wrestling friggin' transistors all day. Okay, and where are my normal tweezers? Oh, right here. And then these can go away. Gotta put all my toys away. Make sure you're on. And then we go back to the microscope. And then we do a little rework. We do a little rework here. You know. Ah! And then that happens. Anything on the bottom of this move? Sometimes when you use the hot air soldering, it'll loose things on the other side of the board that you do not want to have loosed. We're getting a big damn upgrade here on this board from 2008. From a 168 to a 328. It's a chunky little upgrade. Well, I hope that that's the problem with these. Move. Actually, we need to verify that the pinout is acceptable. Yeah, the problem with these old boards is that the traces are very small, and so there's not a lot sticking them down. And so if you go to rework it and something is a little bit too toasty or not toasty enough, and you end up pulling at it, you can pull off the trace. That's kind of what I'm going to deal with here, unless I use hot air. Made in the USA? I didn't know that. This is spark fun, isn't it? I guess more flux is actually a good answer here, as to not pull out traces. More flux. Let's just bathe the whole thing in flux. I hate to do this, but sometimes you gotta. I don't know if these two chips are compatible. I'm a little worried about that. I didn't really check ahead of time. They kind of look the same, though. You know, everybody loves the meme on the flux. I'm not a fan of it. Because it's just nasty, right? It's just sticky and it gets everywhere, and hair will stick to it and stuff. It tilted, but it's not gone. It's still attached to its trace. Yeah, these are very old. They're very old. They're not incredibly well designed. Could really use larger traces on this thing. It's probably why they tilted the chip to the side 90 degrees. Okay. It occurs to me that there's no pin 1 marking on this board. Where's my pin 1? Ah, good. This might end up in the garbage bin. Let's check the 328 versus the 168. That's a VIA. That is a VIA. Okay, Atmega 168 pin out. And we're looking for square one. QFN. Or no, QF. Well, it's a Q quad. It's not flat, no lead though. It does have leads. MLF 28 TQPF. Not a TQPF. And then Atmega 328. I'm gonna sneeze. Ah, we uncovered a lot of dust. Ah. All right, well, we got to see if this is even doable first. So where are our clock pins? Crystal 1 and 2 are on 7 and 8. Oh, that's the same one. Hold on. Crystal 1, Crystal 2. 5, 6, 7. Oh, are we one pin larger? Yeah. Oh, I didn't see that one coming. Is that one pin larger? No. Oh, the other one is 0 indexed. Ah, let me cook, man. Yeah, this one starts at 1. And the other one is... No, it starts at 1. Oh, it's a different package. Yeah, okay. So this is the one with 8 pins. But yeah, Crystal on 7 and 8. Check grounds and VCC. Enter Windows. Ground VCC, ground VCC, ground VCC, ground VCC, ground in the upper right over there. Yep. Okay, so they seem to be pin compatible. Are they the same thing? PD 3, 4, 6, and 7. Damn it. 3, 4, 6, 7. Okay, so they are the same thing. So we can just drop it in. And there's probably a detail that I missed that's like different. And we'll blow up one of the ones. This is all stuff that I don't use anymore. This is all so old that I don't really care if I fail. So are we to believe that that's the pin 1 marking? Or if it's just a dot of dirt? Possibly it is the pin 1 marking. So this would be an Arduino Nano version 2.3. I'll just look it up real quick. Arduino Nano 2.3. Ta-da! Images. Get a nice big close-up. That's not the 2.3. That's not the 2.3. This is the only one that is accurately the 2.3. This one looks like a 2. Yeah, this one. Okay, so yeah, the dot goes with the dot on the silk screen. Just wanted to make sure about that. God, I can feel another sneeze coming on. All right, so we can solder this thing down with an Atmega 328P, and then we'll put the bootloader into it, and it should theoretically work the same. Yeah, the Nano's been through a lot. Nano's very expensive because it has the FTDI chip on it already. It's what I used in the Fire Cannon project, but for a little while, it was too expensive for what it was, and that's where the Arduino Pro comes in, because you just take that FTDI chip and you put it on a board that'll universally program all your chips. I'm correcting some of the pins here. These have been in the bin for so long that some of them have like bent leads. These are pretty strong leads, but. So I'm leaving all that flux mess on here. We'll clean that off after we solder it. I'm going to solder these pins right here, and then that'll hold the chip still for drag soldering. And the leads that we saw move will be protected by their pins, hopefully. Nope, that completely messed up. All right, hold on. I gotta stabilize my hands. The setup is slightly altered, and as such, I just need to relearn how to position my body. Plus, I did a lot of heavy lifting yesterday, so I'm a little shaky today. Everything is sore, like head to toe. That was a 150-pound cabinet that I had to drag up and down stairs all day. These two right there. Get this in position. Good. Okay, so I think for peace of mind, I'm going to want the opposite corner to be staked down too, because these pads like to come up easily. And then we'll hit it with flux, and probably I can use this soldering iron tip on it. Oh, come on. There we go. Yeah, I might be able to do just like a modified version of drag soldering, whereas I go to like each individual pin, or I can load this thing up with solder, and I can just break across these pins and they'll all solder in perfectly. Not quite. A little bit more flux would probably do it, or a larger iron tip. I need to add a bunch of flux. That's what helps drag soldering work. No way, these are perfect for drag soldering. What are you talking about? So many leads. Okay, so revisiting this one. Simple as, hey, cosine, cos igen. Thank you for subbing with Prime. You guys have earned just a little bit more life before I begin drawing penises. That bought you some time, just a little bit. Oops. It always degrades the bit when I go to the wrong camera by accident. All right, so anyway, lots of flux down, drag soldering works. This is a Logitech webcam that has been put into a Kurokesu enclosure, and it's got a Nikon lens on it. And that creates the distance between lens and sensor that allows it to be such a huge standoff. It's a big standoff from camera to subject, and it allows me to have plenty of room to work. Yeah, so massive amounts of flux help you do this. Now you see that I kind of tried to not use a hugely massive amount of flux. But in the end, I kind of had to bathe the pins. But that allows all of the solder to follow the iron. So it surface tensions itself to the iron, and then the pin itself has sort of just the right amount of solder left over when you move on to the next pin, because that surface tension overcomes the surface tension to the iron. You're kind of moving a pool of solder across. It's like a modified version of wavetable soldering. It pretty instantly gets you professional looking. Oh yeah, those bits do a lot now, don't they? Hype train incoming, and it's got like a little explosion behind it. Thanks for the 100 bits, Jimmy Grock. All right, so I just want to make sure that everybody's soldered here. I've been traumatized by all of the analog electronics and the very, very small digital electronics that are involved with the synthesizer modules, and having like almost good connections, but they're just bad enough to keep the thing from functioning, but you don't see it. Okay, what's going on right there? Is that a pad moving, or was that just a big blob of solder? Not a pad moving. Thank you guys for all the subs and stuff. Triggering a hype train. You guys are beyond it. Don't know what to do with myself. Okay, we're nice and clean, right? This looks pretty well soldered in. We have refurbished the Arduino Nano, but we need a couple more things before we proceed. First of all, I want to make sure that this thing is clean. So I gotta stop like straining my voice when I talk to you guys. I should talk to you guys in like a normal voice. I slip in and out of like a normal voice because it's like I've been listening to myself doing it 2 years ago, and I have hundreds. I still have like 280 videos to up. I'm scheduled through January 7th or 8th with daily updates to the VOD channel. There's been some very nice compliments to my work in the VOD channel. It's wild that you guys would say something like that, but yeah, some immense compliments going into there. But I'm still going with it, and I've got a 3D model that Pixie, you guys know Pixie, she's rated me a couple times. She made a like an oh bother like VTuber model that I'm not going to use, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to make thumbnail art with it. So I can do all of the YouTube thumbnails as like frames with the VTuber model, which is pretty cool. She did a really good job on that. She did that for my birthday, and she was just like, I'm gonna just play around. And so she gave it big tits, and I was like, great. It was actually my idea. But technically I have a VTuber model. Huge gazongazongs. It's the most cursed thing. I'll never show it to you guys. But the model itself also I can use as like a reaction face to go on the YouTube thumbnails. All right, that thing's in there, right? So now we've got an Atmega 328P instead of an Atmega 168, which are very similar microcontrollers. One was just better and more expensive than the other one. Now they're both completely obsolete. But we have got a 16 megahertz micro in here. Right now, it does not have any ability to run code because, first of all, there's no code in a fresh chip. But second of all, the bootloader, there's no bootloader in there. So if we try to program stuff into the FTDI chip, it's not going to work. Look at all that hot, naked PCB. Thank you for subbing for 63 months. Holy shit, Makotronics. Makotronics, thank you so much. That is a considerable amount of subscribing that you've done. And it means a lot to me. Thank you. Yeah, I got to make sure that it's artistic. As artistic as we are. Ooh, that did not plug in nicely. I guess this is the one I did without pin headers on it. So we need to get a bootloader onto here. Now, there's a couple ways to flash it. I don't know if I can do it through the USB initially. I don't know if that's possible. What I can do is I can plug in an ISP programmer and flash the bootloader that way. I think that's what I need to do, actually. So let me get an ISP programmer, and I happen to have Arduino as ISP. This is something that Brian Locke sent me, a board that he made that has a couple different programming things on it for different types of Atmegas, and I modified it in order to do all kinds of weird stuff. But thing is, this is just an Arduino as ISP. So I plug this thing in with respect pin 1 to pin 1. Which one is pin 1 here? It's labeled. And so there's an arrow on the socket and a label on the board. So now this is plugged into the ISP programming header. And if I get the right USB cable, I can program my bootloader. I can burn the bootloader onto this thing. Where did that cable go that I found a minute ago? I'm like, all these USB plugs are obsolete. They're all obsolete. Useless. There's one all the way over here. Yeah, here's this. I should put this one in the drawer with this thing. Things are getting complicated. So we're using an AVR microcontroller as an in-circuit programmer, an ISCP or whatever. ICUP, whatever. So I go back over here, and I go to my Arduino program. Programmer. Arduino as ISP. Port COM4, not COM3. And then burn bootloader. I believe that is, oh, it's already done. So now we have a bootloader on this thing. So now we can communicate with this thing using the TX and RX pins. Now we could load all the software onto this thing with the ISP programmer. We don't have to. This microcontroller is large enough that it can have a bootloader. Some microcontrollers now have a section of their memory dedicated to the bootloader program. Things have gotten kind of crazy out there. So we got a bootloader on this thing. We can plug it into USB because it's got its own onboard FTDI chip, and then we can program that in. And actually some, yeah, that's the chest of drawers is hopefully gonna help solve or alleviate those issues, because I can keep all the programmers in one drawer with all the cables that I need for all the different programmers. That's just this complete hacked mess of a drawer. That's the beauty of organizing. Okay, back to motors. We shouldn't have even had this big of a side project, this little deviation from the main project. But now that I plug this in, this is just a programless bootloader loaded Arduino Nano. So what I can do is I can go and do, well, I don't need to do, although there's no port showing up. That's a problem. Now it's set at program the bootloader, so that should be fine. It should be able to totally use that. And I should be seeing a COM port here. There it is, COM3. Okay, so we got the new bootloader on there. We got the COM port hooked up. What up, Copper? How you doing? Now we can go into this program. Nano with Atmega 328, new bootloader, and then USB COM3 load, yes. Fuck. STK get sync. Why is that? Arduino Flash has failed. Maybe because the Arduino is taking over the COM port or something? If I close that. Arduino BHELI bootloader. Nano with Atmega 328. New bootloader. Serial port. Go. Too much to do, don't have time to do it. I know that feeling. We know that the COM port shows up on the computer. It just keeps failing here. I tried going down in baud. That wasn't it. Do we need to flash it with the ISP? Pro or Pro Mini we could try. Huh. I don't think it's the old bootloader, but I guess we can try. Nah. No, because we specifically told it to give it the new bootloader. I mean, nothing has been programmed yet, so maybe if we give it like a hello world. Let's give it a hello world and see what happens. Maybe the bootloader hasn't taken yet. Might as well just try it. There we go. New, actually, sketchbook. No, recent, no, examples. So there we go. Basics, and then Blink, which is basically our hello world. So super simple. Tools, this is basically to vet out your pathway from code to chip and make sure that everything's working properly. So Nano, Atmega 328P, not the old bootloader, COM3, and then upload. What, taking a bit to compile. Now this is where the other one hung up. Why are we hanging up on that step? Attempt 1 of 10, out of sync. So if I hit reset, it doesn't appear to be syncing. I don't know what's going on with that. We got the bootloader to load up. It just doesn't like syncing. Are there settings for the... No, there's no clock settings. It's 16 megahertz anyway, so why are we having trouble with that? What up, Noiseworks? I don't know if it would be a bad... No, but we got the bootloader on there. Does the ISP take over the clock? This is an old one, so... Sort of had an error of some kind when you were trying to burn the bootloader. Could be wrong. You sure about that? This thing is stuck in a sync loop, so... All right, let's check with the bootloader again. In which case, I'll toss. You know, if this doesn't work, I'll toss the Nano in the garbage, even with the new chip, and grab a Pro Mini that I know works, because these were blown up by 12 volts, so I don't know if other stuff came with it. Problems uploading to board. Okay, so let's try this again. Plug this thing in. This doesn't like link in. And then unplug this. Plug this in. Pin 1 is definitely over there. So yeah, that goes like this. That lights up because it gets power. And then port COM4. Arduino as ISP. Arduino Nano at Mega 328. Born. Okay, so that instantly did not get the right data. Dedicated SDK, yes, 1020, 53. EEPROM, 65 delay 20, flash, blah, 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 but then it didn't load any of the fuses. All right, let's see here. There could be a bridge. Looking at some of those pins right there. I mean, they look like, I don't really think they look like they're soldered together. Well, I think I'm seeing some bridges in there. Let's just see if we can open that up a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Unacceptable. I think I need to push the pin over to the side a little bit. Just which side? I'm just participating in the new Twitch meta. I'm allowed to do that. I'm allowed to participate in the meta. What direction is that pin going in? Does it go to the right or to the left? Does it hang low? Does it wobble to and fro? I tie it in a knot. The thing is, I need to get the solder on it and then move it. Wait, or am I just looking at a reflection? I think I'm just looking at a reflection. Let's get closer. Why is the whole thing twisting? Wait a minute. What's going on here? Tighten my camera. All the bolts are coming loose. What? Okay, that's just flux reflecting. Yeah, that's just flux. Though there were bridges on those, so that might be what was wrong with it. How these look. They're off by a little bit, but they're not bridging. There's no contact between these. Some of them are certainly trying, but... Okay. So now we can try to burn the bootloader again. See if we don't get completely inundated with errors. So plugging it back in. It could have been the clock shorting out. So tools, all that stuff is still good. Bootloader. Nope, still errors. Yikes, invalid device signature. Device signature 0. So yeah, that's the problem. Invalid device signature could also apply to that Mega 328P, but we're getting nothing. 0, 0, 0. Are the ISP pins different? Is that what's going on? Where's Miso and Mosi? Reset. Pin 29. No. PCN, ground. 16 is Miso and 15 is Mosi. Miso and Mosi. They're the same. Damn it. Oopsie. Okay. They are the same pinout, so we shouldn't be having these problems. What did I do? What did I do to it? Pin 1 is right there. Pin 1 is in this corner. Pin 1 is Mosi. So I think that's correct. I plug it in like this, and you know, it doesn't explode, and it does a little exchange there. Upload any sketch to obtain it. Like I could. Well, we could try to ISP Hello World into it. Oh, is that going to overwrite my... That better not program my ISP. I'm just going to unplug this. I'm getting nervous. Programming is not responding. Yes, I know. I don't want you to overwrite my ISP, programmer. What up, Dano? Tools. Arduino's ISP. Abort the boot loader. Everything else is selected properly. We get the same errors. And the device signature is showing zeros, so something is just not plugged in. It should be getting our device on it. What else could be wrong with this thing? I mean, yeah, maybe the clock's dead, but the ISP, I don't really cares about that. I don't think it does. Plus, I think we saw this thing doing stuff with the 168 in there, so I don't think that would be broken. The only thing I could think is that I'm plugging in the ISP wrong. My CSP. ICUP. I mean, it also doesn't have the reset button. Does it need to have that capacitor? I can't get this thing out of here. Ah! Get out of the board! Jeez. I need to pry it out. This is holding on to it a little too well. I believe this one was the one that was broken in the fire cannon. I originally used it to program the MIDI to solenoid actuator. Whoa, why is that fighting me so much? Holy hell. Oh, because this one might have been soldered in to something. That's why it was so difficult to plug in. Huh. I mean, of the other things that could break on this, it didn't seem like anything was really broken. We should be totally able to do this. The FTDI maybe has problems with it, but it's showing up as a COM port. If it's showing up as a COM port, that means that it's going to communicate with the rest of the board. Our blue LED, although old, is still functioning just fine. Don't know what that thing is. It's obviously the voltage regulator, but who knows what it's doing. Brian Locke says hello. Send my regards to Bother. 16 megahertz clock. Oh, you said I mentioned him. Well, every time I bring out the his wonderful little programmer here. Oh my God! See, this is why I bought that thing of drawers. Look at that; it's disgusting. Oh, it's so oh, it's horrible. B lock IE amp. Yeah, so I don't know what's going on. I do not know what the problem is, because I used to be able to play in this space and just throw boards at what's going on over here? possibly these pins being barely even. Let's hit it with some hot air and see if all these problems don't correct themselves, which they typically do when you hit it with hot air. So let's hit it with hot air. Hopper. I read copper in chat, and I'm thinking hot air, and so my brain goes hopper. Yeah. Anyway, okay. Let's hit it with some hot air. That'll let everything kind of settle in. You know, if you got hot air, you might as well use it. If you don't have hot air, you can just learn the techniques, and I like to show those techniques. But we have hot air, and we're supposed to be doing stuff with motors today instead of sitting here and soldering all day. Although it is fun to sit here and solder all day. I don't think I've neglected any piece of the process. I think I've done what I'm supposed to do. You put the chip in, burn the bootloader, possibly get the registers of the bootloader correct, because it might be a 328PAU has slightly different thing. We check the pin out. It's the same pin out. So that's been the frustrating thing, is there's all kinds of stuff that I should be. You can actually do this with a blow dryer. I think maybe not a blow dryer, like a hot air gun that they use to like remove paint. You can use to do hot air rework. It's just a lot less controllable than this is. Just kind of slowly get the board up to temperature. Of course, I've got a fan on me too. And when it comes time, I press the issue and lower the hose down a little bit. We did remove some of the flux here, so I don't know how controlled this is going to be. My hope is that the whole thing's going to settle down onto the pins. Although it looked like it moved there. Let me poke it with a knife. Hopefully not move it off of the board. No, I don't think it's quite there yet. All right, you settled down? I think it is. Okay, I can remove that. I don't have access to the numbers. This is not a very scientific view, because the numbers are, the camera knows the numbers, it just doesn't display them. It's not that advanced. The newer ones have all that. Why isn't that settling down? That's really weird. Those pins are like floating above the pads. Maybe they're not floating above the pads significantly. Weird. I want to hit them with the iron then. I don't think these are the problem, but maybe more flux. I think they're connected, most of them anyway. That one needs a little bit. Come on, baby. Make those connections. Damn it. I think I just loaded the iron up with a bunch of a bunch of solder instead of the pin. All right, let's come over here. Sounds a little concerning too. I don't know. I mean, for the most part, usually at this point, I would just have it working. So if the crystal's the problem, does the ISP doesn't take with it it does. It takes with a clock, but I think that's a communications clock and not the crystal clock. You'd still need the crystal to work. Crystal should work though, because the 168 was, I believe, working in this. We didn't really check, but I don't think any harm came to that. So I don't think that's the culprit. But if that's not the culprit, then I don't know what is, because we're getting all zeros in our communications. Maybe one day I'll get an ultrasonic cleaner, but that's not this day. Everybody wants me to use tons of flux, but it's really disgusting. I mean, you saw the state of that other board. That was without cleaning off all the flux. These look immaculate. These look just totally fine. That's exactly what they should look like. One's on the left, one's on the right. These are looking like they've got a little too much solder on them, but they're still connected. Most of the time when you do this surface mount stuff by hand, you will get huge drops of solder on things. It shouldn't look totally overwhelmed with solder, but you know, if it looks like this, it's okay. Just as long as you're not connecting to the one next to it. It doesn't look like I'm doing that anywhere on this. So why don't you work? Why don't you work? Why? Okay, try again. This over here, I don't even need to take it off of the vise. I can just plug this thing in. And the fact that the LED beneath turns on is a sign that we got the power in there correctly. And if you get the power in there correctly, it means it is connected correctly. So by all means, I should be able to go to Arduino's ISP, Nano, Atmega328P. Mine's an AU, but it should specifically tell me that it's an AU and go, oh no. And I should be able to port the board loader. Device signature F, probably AVR8X Mega. Air while burning board loader. Device signature X, FFFFFFF. Invalid device signature. F to override. Now, if that's all Fs, that's also an error state, isn't it? Let's look up, basically there are some configuration files in Arduino that'll let you get around the 328 AU issue. So I need to go into my system drives. Oh yeah, how many streams do I have left to upload? 300. I thought it was less. I know, it was zeros and now it's all Fs, which could mean a pin is connected to a ground or a power. But that might mean that we are, in fact, communicating with it properly, and it's just throwing up its arms because it's an AU instead of an Atmega328P. So I want to look in the notes. Oh, that's the wrong one. We want this one. Oop. That's that window all the way over there. Yeah, okay. Grab this. And we go to, I believe, app data. And local low. Nope, local. And then there's Arduino 15. And then we have, oh God, where is this? There's some ESP8266 out of here, library index, preferences. We need to go into, I don't know if packages is the right one, but Arduino, hardware, AVR, nope. Arduino, tools, over the air AVR dude, Arduino 18. I'm just kind of guessing here. Somewhere in here, I mean, there's AVR dude conf, but that's not what we want. Let's, okay, I gotta look it up. I don't remember it. Atmega 328P AU bootloader 7 steps. Wrote my own tutorial. Blah 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 blah. Where's the folder? Where is that signature? So 3JPU's 3JPU, tested myself. AVRdo.conf. Okay, so that was the one that I wanted. So back to the folder. So Arduino 15, packages, Arduino, hardware, AVR. That's not, no, that was not the right. The AT Tiny Core. Would it be an Arduino? Tools. PCC? I don't think that's right. No, etc. There it is. So let's open that up. And this has been edited by me already. If we go down to Control F Nano. Oops, hold on, wait a minute. Where's that window? Okay, that was, it opened it up in a different screen. There's only one instance of Nano? How does that work? Okay, so this would be 328p. There should be a line with a commented out, unless it's overwritten this file and it's no longer like that. So changing that all to Fs, I don't think is a great idea because it's supposed to be. Let's verify this. Hold on. Yeah, see, we're not even getting this. We're just getting Fs or zeros, so that something else is wrong. It's not this. It's not this. The 328p versus the 328, 1E950F, and that's actually what we've got in here. I guess the 328 non-P peanut butter. What? Okay, so actually this shouldn't throw an error. I'm going to throw that out there. This is all my VOD description text and the songs that I am allowing YouTube to try to mute. I need to keep track of all that. So that wasn't the problem. Getting a device signature of all Fs is a problem. I don't know what the problem is. I mean, we saw a difference. I don't know exactly what that means. Mina's looking at me. There we go. It would mean that that pin is accidentally connecting to like power instead of ground, or something is mistimed, like it can't, something's not getting a clock or something of that nature. Maybe this thing is broken. Or maybe I'm missing a capacitor that this thing would need in order to reset and get synced up. There's not much to see on the backside. Yomp. Just a lot of old stuff. Now, what does this circuit look like? And what does that jumper do? What goes there? Wait a minute. Hold on a minute. What are you? Arduino Nano 2.3. It's not, a lot of these aren't the right thing. They're not correct. Like, that's not quite what ours looks like. We don't have the tilted chip. There's 1.3 or 2.3. I need to see the other side of it. Let's see if they've got a picture of the other side. They do. Okay, there is supposed to be a capacitor there. I don't know what that, I don't know if that would really affect the circuit all that much though. So Arduino Nano 2.3 schematic. Check my Arduino Nano. I ordered the PCB, tried to burn the bootloader. Didn't succeed. Thought the problem could be from the schematic. Best regards. You built your own version of the Nano. Where'd you get the PCB before? I did get the schematic, 2 or 3 online schematics. Thanks, I fixed the problem. You did not get a next name for output of the voltage regulator. Should be +5. Did you ever solve your problem? Because it sounds like you're having the exact same. Soldered the ICSP pins directly from the chip. About the programmer. Don't know how to follow tool schematic. Easy EDA standard. U4 and U1. Output U4 is not named. Blah, blah, blah. Soldered an additional wire over the board, as you mentioned. Tried to burn the bootloader again. Same issue. Notice that the voltage regulated to 4.7 volts, not like before. I added the wire. As for the ICSP pins, I'm connecting them. Attached picture, and I'm sure they are connecting perfectly and without a short. Okay. Oh, God. Volt's supposed to go. The output. This is annoying and frustrating. Hey, Syphilid8, how's it going? We're having trouble burning a bootloader. Of course, the very first step is what completely hamstrings the rest of the entire stream. 12 megahertz crystal. Is it for both? Nah, I mean, we got a 16 F232 USB chip, requires a USB driver. We've got the USB driver and everything. Yeah, bootloader day 0. Yeah, there aren't enough fires, I think. I think that's definitely it. Like, the reset goes through diode. I don't think the diode on here is bad. Aside from the fact that it did get overvolted, that may be a reason why it's kind of complaining a little bit here. The FTDI appears to work, right? It shows up as a COM port, though, so I have every reason to believe that that part of the circuit's working perfectly fine. There's not much else to the Arduino Nano. I mean, there's a 3-volt regulator. There's a blue LED that shows you that that part's working. So the blue LED is nice and bright. There's a couple capacitors on the board. I have a missing capacitor, but then again, I think those are just decouplers. I think they're just decoupling caps. It might mean that, I mean, there's a version without that cap on the bottom of it. So that probably isn't the error either. I don't think this thing has gotten in a situation where parts are dropping off of it. So I know there was a thing where you had to enable the reset with a capacitor, and I think this probably has it already. Might be one of these guys. Those are 2 resistors there, I believe. All right, this one goes back in the bin. Oh, wait, there is a capacitor there. Why did I think? Oh, it's over here that it's gone. So there's 2 over here by the FTDI, and there's 2 by the ICSP, and one of them is missing. I don't see any reason why this board would protest. Why doth you protest? Because, I mean, our solder connections look perfectly fine. Those look totally cromulent. Whatever that scratch is right there, I don't think is doing anything. Let's investigate the scratch. That might just be flux. I don't think it's really affecting anything. I don't think it's flux. I'm trying to scrape it. Is that a missing connection? No. No. I'm gonna scratch it with a pin tool. You don't really hear of crystals doing that. Anything is possible, but I don't think that would really do it. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that blotch down there is. It might be causing our problems. It's pin 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Between 5 and 6. Pins 5 and 6. Oh, well, it would short out if that were the case. Although, I guess if it's shorted out, then it wouldn't do anything. Although we would see the chip heat up a little bit. Although if that just drops, I think that's just solder mask being missing in the area. I think I shall investigate. See, these vias in this area, I don't know what's supposed to be connected where or where I can scrape and be safe. Because that via goes to where? Feels like it goes, but that's going this way, and then this via is right here, and then I've got a bunch of stuff missing. That might be a broken trace right there, or there might just be a tiny little trace and a scrape over top of it, in which case if I keep scraping over top of it, I'm going to totally ruin this area. I can remove the solder mask just by doing this. And then if I need to provide that pin, I need to see what the PCB is supposed to look like. Well, I guess we have that picture that I got before. This is not going to help. Yeah, it's so fuzzy. It seems like if this isn't getting power, that might be what's causing the problem. Yeah, let me just probe it. We got to get the multimeter out and just make sure that our specs are our specs. Can't measure the crystal with this, I don't think. Shit like this has got me feeling like I've lost my touch. Used to be able to never go wrong with this kind of stuff. There's a little serial communication at the beginning there. I mean, it shows up as COM4. I'm getting 5 volts, 4.8 between these two. 4.8, I mean, that's close enough that it shouldn't affect all of these things. What the heck? Hey, Sherlurker. We were gonna work with those motor controller things today. I've got all the BL Heli stuff installed, directly related. I had to dig your comment out from like October in order to find all this software stuff, but we're having trouble flashing Arduinos first, which is not something that generally happens to me. I swear. I was in the pool. But yeah, I don't know what's going on. We just have flashing issues. That's funny. Why did that chat show up on my screen? All right. So, what are doing? I guess I'm just going to get an Arduino Pro Mini. I'm going to give up on this. I don't know what happened here. By all means, this thing should take in code. I'm going to try one more time. I'm going to plug it in, get all our LEDs on, and I go to the IDE, and I have selected Arduino as ISP. And it's not an Atmega 32U4, it's a 328P. I have Arduino Nano selected, Atmega 328P with the non-old bootloader, COM4 burn bootloader. Now I get zeros again as a device signature. So maybe the crystal's dead. I don't have a 16 megahertz crystal on hand. So I'm just going to leave this thing alone. I should write a question mark on the crystal. That's really annoying. It's really odd to me that this thing wouldn't work at all, because it's simple. This stuff is not that complicated. So, oh well. Why do you betray me? I mean, I sync issue, a reset issue. I don't know. Anyway, let's go to tools that I know work, and let's put this away into my new drawers. I don't mean underwear. I mean my actual drawers, as in place to store things. Yeah, I'm gonna need this cable that I've already got out. So this one goes back into the thing where it's nice and organized and I know where it is. What are you doing? There you go. This and this into the programmer drawer. No, my drawers have drawers. Wait, what? Huh? What does that even, huh? Okay, so we're gonna get the 5-volt version. Do we need 3 or 5 volts for these motor controllers? The STM, yeah, it's funny because I have all the STM32 tools, and I even have an STM32 like programmer, fake one, but it's still a programmer for STM32, but they want me to use an Arduino for this stuff. So I guess I'm just gonna use an Arduino for this stuff. I think the STM32 tools require multiple pins. It's like a bootloader thing. Wonder what that's like. We've been dealing with a lot of those today. Yeah, create a 1-wire interface. Okay, so let's figure this out. We're going to use the Pro Mini. So I'm going to need this plug here. This one is 5 volts. All my Pro Minis are 5 volts. I've only gone to 3v3. The bootloader cannot load through the, I don't think through the USB port. I don't think you can do that. I guess I can try before I put it away. Oh, that's okay. I mean, I haven't totally put everything away. If I can plug that in through USB. I think you have to have the AVR's ISP in order to do that. That's not the window I wanted. I wanted this one. I wanted this one. Because I think this has to go in with an ISP. Yeah, it doesn't have a tool to program it. USB Tiny, Arduino ISP out or USB as circuit programmer. Is that right? Parallel Gemma, Bus Pirate. I have a Bus Pirate somewhere. I don't know what happened to that. No, yeah, you need to have the full JTAG interface in order to burn the bootloader onto the 328B. I remember enough to be confident in that. So this will go back in here to frustrate me another day. And I have an abundance of these Pro Minis that are all obsolete. This one has some kind of a mark on it. I want one without a silver Sharpie mark on it, though. Usually the ones that have silver Sharpie on it have been blown up. And these knockoff boards have an upside-down programmer plug. This one looks like it's usable. And this is the one with the mark on it? No, this one's also usable. Well, let's go for this one. No, the BL Heli wants to program its own stuff on it, and it errors out. I was going to do the bootloader on there because it's going to program it through the bootloader. So the new one or the old one, and then you select the file and then burn the B Heli bootloader. I guess it overwrites part of the bootloader when it loads in or something. But yeah, unfortunately, no. They might have confused the term bootloader because it would be the B Heli software. And it would be using that bootloader. I don't know why they specify that you would be putting, like, here's what the bootloader was. We're not doing like another, I don't know. Anyway, this plug, and then plug. And I know that one works. So we then go into the software. And I am an Arduino Pro Mini 5 volt with an Atmega 328. Huh, it's not compatible? Oh, Pro or Pro Mini 5 volt 16 megahertz 328. Port the board loader. No firmware. What? Oh man. Okay, so I need to use one of these tools, huh? I have the list if I can't use any of these. Huh. It really wants me to use the Nano, so we kind of got to get that working, huh? What chip did the other one use? The other one was broken. The other one didn't communicate at all. I guess we can get parts from that other board. I gotta go dumpster diving. One sec. Gotta pick it out of a meatball sandwich. It did go in the garbage. It made it in one throw, and it was a very nice toss that you guys didn't get to see. I saw it. I was first row for that. Let me just double check that it's not outside. No, it's in here somewhere. I'll scrape the cream cheese off of it. I had to pull out my Mega 2560. We can get the Nanos to work. We can get the Nanos to work. All right, so what do you got? Much smaller resonator. Some issue over here at the plug. We have all the same hardware. Don't have a capacitor down there, and you have a different voltage regulator. So we can check to see if this one will function at all. But I think this one was blowed up. But mostly I see a problem right there with those two pins. And then check to see that that connector's okay. Let's see if the connector's okay. Yeah, all 5 of the contacts are up front. So none of them got pushed backwards. There's like, oh, there's crud in there. What is that? I think I found the problem. Okay, let's get that out of there. I'm gonna start drawing a bunch of dudes with their dicks out. That's right, because I'm allowed to now. I'm actually happy for the new Twitch meta. I'm glad for that. The ruling that artistic nudity is okay, because Twitch is typically a platform that is okay with a lot of stuff. That's normal. Although people are going to game it, and you know, accounts will be banned left and right. There'll be a time of flux. That little dollop of stuff is keeping this from plugging in. I wonder if that's the problem that I've been having with this one from the get-go. I don't really know if this is scraping it out. Not like I can feel it working. How did solder get in this in the first place? I don't remember that. I don't remember that scene. Oh, right. Where he's just drawing dicks on everything. Yeah, see, now it's in that part of the connector, I think. What is that? Is that, wait, is it gone? I think it's gone. I think we got it. Ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what it was, but it was definitely a thing inside the connector. And it may explain why this thing was so tough to plug in. There's still this. Yeah, that's what the ADHD degenerate was telling me. He's like, I'm gonna do like I'll start wood burning all of the dicks from Superbad. Just completely play into the meta. Okay, so all things considered, I mean, if this one doesn't work, we might be able to just move another 328P. This is another AU. So we could probably move the other 328P into this one. Although I think there were some issues with the pins here, the pads coming up on the pins too, so I'll probably want to do it under hot air. But this is my 3.0 board. The 3.0 board just simply twists this to the side and uses a resonator instead of a huge crystal. And that just means that they can spread the design out a little bit more, make it a little easier to work with. This thing is just old, fully old and obsolete. There's not a lot of solder on those resistors. But one of these was troubleshot, and I do mean shot by burners, by burners with, I think, just steel wool for brains. And they directly connected this to 12 volts via the ISP header. They said there were some pins sticking out of the top. I put 12 volts into that and it still didn't work. And I went, ah. So they returned the whole unit to me and I had to replace the Arduino Nano that was in it. So let me put the Pro Mini away. Yeah, I let out a sigh and I told him he should just ship it to me when I was living in Virginia. And then I had to do, actually, wait, the last time that I did anything with that was here. We did that on stream. That was like 2018. Oh, this goes in here. So I don't lose it. All right, let's take a look here and see. Now that I've cleaned out the connector, does this connect? Oh, it still feels terrible to plug in. I feel like that needs a whole new connector. Arduino. Hey, do you see your buddy in here? Nope. Is the FTDI dead? I mean, I get a power light, but that connector feels real bad. I am of a mind to swap that out. Let's see if I've got another USB connector. The things I gotta do to get to the actual motor control stuff. Obviously, if I knew that these problems would be surfacing, I could have just ordered another motor control, or ordered another like Nano. Although the Nanos are like $50, they're not cheap. Bunch of USB micro plugs. There's a Nano plug. We need this particular flavor of it. Where'd my tweezers go? Tweezers? Hello? Hello? There. Let's see. This one could work. This one looks like it's in better shape, though. Actually, they're the same thing. It's just this one has solder on some of the pads. So that one goes, yeah, it's pretty much a 1-for-1. So we're going to use hot air to put that in. Oh, that bin doesn't work. All right, more hot air soldering. Let's go. The connector feels real crunchy when I plug it in, so I don't trust it. Now this one is brand new. It's got 2 little holes there. Oh, and there's something stuck in it. What the heck? What'd you get stuck in there? I think it's a 6-pin microcontroller stuck in here. Ah. The ATtiny13. Yeah, it's got an ATtiny13 stuck in its maw. Let's verify that. Oh no, it's never mind. It's an SOT235. What the heck? What is this thing? Wait, what are you? Why were you in my USB plug? ADE6. feel like I remember that from somewhere. You got anything else in there? The answer may shock you. Yes. It looks like it does. It's got like a component in there. God damn it. All right, you're going back on the shelf. Weirdo plug. What the hell? It's so weird. I think I've got another one. Got breakout boards. These are minis. Some of them are micros. Mini. This one's a micro. The through hole though. Can't use that. Need pads. This one is a micro. It doesn't have a bunch of crap stuck in it, and it hasn't been soldered before. Okay. The other one has pieces of PCB that are broken off. No, sorry about the focus. There you go. All this free stuff with my connector. Wow. Wow. All right, so is this the right kind of connector? Do we even have the holes in the... Yeah, there's the 2 indexing holes. Bought these specifically, I think, for this purpose, so... Let's get this one out of there, and we'll get this healthy one in there. Let's double check that it actually does not have a bunch of stuff stuck in it. I don't see stuff stuck in it. Let's test plugging it in, I guess. It does have stuff stuck in it. These have... I think these might have come in like a Spark Fun thing. I think that's why they have all of this crap stuck in them. Let me just get rid of this tape then. Dog's barking at stuff. Whir. Just a free resistor. What value is it? It's gone. It's gone forever. I'm gonna put the Kapton tape back on because that protects it from dust. Wait, but I see something in the back. That thing right there. Okay, we got to get rid of all of it. It's all coming out. What was it? It was just a piece of lint. All right, nothing stuck in here still. Nothing stuck in it. Okay, so we can use this one. Yeah, all right, that looks okay. Jeez. Where'd the resistor go, though? I want to know what value that was. I think it was a 0 ohm. It's right there. It's on the, looks like an 0603. Or an 0402? 4.7K, huh? Okay, so now we're going to take out this old one and put in a new one because I don't like what those pins look like and stuff isn't really plugging in properly to this. So I'm going to use hot air and just get it nice and toasty, and then we can pluck it away. And the big thing that I got to make sure is that the 4 pads, the big locating pads or whatever, I got to make sure that those melt. So we got to get a lot of heat into this side of the board. Actually, I should flux it up a little bit too. Push comes to shove, I could use Chip Quik, but I don't want to have to. I don't want it to come to that. I don't want to have to do that because Chip Quik is that's expensive and you got to clean it out. I want to be as easy as possible on these pads because this thing does not like heat. Does not like it. Get under it with the tweezers. Just hold on for dear life while I heat up everything from kind of far away. And I just get it up to an initial temperature where I can then come down on top of it and really get it to melt. Ow! Melt away the solder. The blowback was towards my hand. The air blowback that happens when you use hot air. Now my hand. I want to make sure that everything flows over at once. That's very important. I can actually lift this thing out without tearing up any pads. There we go. I'll grab the other one just the same. Get it on the index pins. Push down. See if I can get that all soldered in. Oops, I was totally missing it. Owie, owie. All right. Oh, careful. I'm going to keep pressure down on it. Let that cool off. That heat's staying in there. I really want to move my hand, but it's like, there we go. Okay, that took. All right, check over our work. It's pretty good. But what I wanted to make sure of was that the solder definitely got all around this pad here, because these are anchored on the top layer of the PCB. So if you knock into this USB cable, you can rip off a lot of this stuff very easily too, especially if you've worked it over with something as hot as the hot air gun. When you plug it in and unplug it, the plastic tabs that go through the PCB are supposed to be taking all of the force, but often they don't. These are, I would say, not very well designed. The ones with through-hole anchor pads around the metal shard, those are good. Those can really survive quite a beating. And, you know, we're talking about consumer products that are, of course, completely destroyed by your average user. Your average user throw these things into a toilet and, like, bounce them around and start chewing on the USB connector. You can never predict what they're going to do to break your product, but the USB plugs, any USB plug without through-hole anchors on its shroud, dog shit. They're terrible. I hate them. I hate them. Hopefully this USB upgrade will fix this thing. If not, I guess we can pull the 328P off of the other one like this, or maybe pull the FTDI chip off of the other one. We got to check the voltage, and we got to probe around the board to see if anything else is happening. Hopefully when I plug this thing in, I'm going to let it cool off just a little bit. When I plug it in, it'll begin working again, because it's my theory is that something was wrong with this USB plug. It was way too difficult to plug in. Something was going wrong. Yeah, we're good. Okay, let's try this out. Oop. Well, it plugged in pretty definitively. We've got a red LED on the top, which I think means power. But we don't have a COM port. So do we have to get the FTDI chip out of here? Is that what's not working? We know we have a good one on our parts donor, which I put back in the thing. So the new USB didn't really do anything, did it? If I hit the reset pin, do we see any communication over here? We do. We see a little dance of the TX and RX LEDs. Nope, there it is. Yeah, little dance of the... Hey, wait, did that turn on? Yeah, that's blinking now. Hold on a minute. Damn it. We still don't have a port, though. What does that mean? Well, the FTDI, without the 328P there, the FTDI would be showing up. And if those yahoos plugged it in, it might have overvolted the FC. This is doing something. It is busy doing a thing. You can see blah, 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 blah. How are we going to get that out? I mean, I guess I got to put up Kapton tape on either side so it doesn't blow away the headers. But the Kapton tape has like no space. It'd be better if I just took the whole header out. How do you take out an entire header? usually what you do is you pull these one pin at a time, and then you can remove the header. It's an incredibly large amount of work that I don't want to have to do. And the headers will not take too kindly to the heat of this. So let me get some Kapton tape. Kapton tape. El Capitan. Okay, let's see. I guess this width will do. It's a little wide, but I think we'll be able to use it appropriately. Everybody thinks that they know this product, but they don't. I don't mean Kapton tape. I mean this thing that I've been trying to find, which is a, what do you call it? The adhesive that they use in Kapton tape, but on copper. Pretty much the opposite of OG Kapton tape. I want to be able to put down a circuit trace and not have it melt completely when I go to solder it, because that's what happens. Quick random YouTube vid check, and it's possible to flash a simple Arduino sketch to the Nano through USB. The video doesn't show their setting though. Oh, the sketch, yes. We're talking about the bootloader that's supposed to be there, because I put a fresh chip on that other Nano. That was a brand new fresh chip, and it didn't work. Do I have an FTDI chip somewhere? I don't think I do. No, I don't think I do. We're gonna have to pull the FTDI from the other one of these. Yeah, the first part, because I have 328Ps. I've got a bunch of them. Although we should probably get the one off of the old one at this point. But I put a fresh chip in there, and it wouldn't take the Arduino as the AVR ISP. Arduino as AVR ISP didn't see the whatever it is, the device signature properly. Okay, now I can blast this thing with hot air. And the Kapton tape should insulate the FTDI chip, which is probably broken. Maybe I can bring in another one. Do I have an I don't think I have one. I'm pretty sure I don't. Of the things that have FTDIs on them, those would be these over here. These are all pros, so they get FTDI from somewhere else. And then the other Nano we have, where did that even go? Did I put it back in here? So I got this down? I'm losing my marbles, chat. Yeah, I was hoping that USB plug would have resurrected it, but we're gonna have to take this FTDI and put it into this board. I know, it's like I don't know what specifically broke on both of these, but there's all kinds of stuff that's broken on both of these. It's very frustrating. I mean, we can keep swapping the parts back and forth until one of them ends up working. That's the only thing I can do, aside from, you know, not wasting my time and going and buying a Nano. This doesn't get my hand very far away. I miss those really long tweezers that I used to have. I used to have these really long tweezers that I was able to do hot air stuff with. But I don't know what happened to them. Oh, I know what happened to them. They broke because they were very long and they would get all discombobulated. Another day, another heat cycle. This time, hopefully, without melting the headers. Whoa, the tape just made a little click noise and it scared the crap out of me. Ugh, my heart, my poor heart. Play the karma card. Why did I just see a little poof of smoke? Oh, I didn't put down flux. Well, whoa. Okay. All right, bye. Okay, bye. Jeez. That thing had places to be. All right. And then I guess we gotta find an FTDI somewhere. I'm gonna see if I've got one that's not currently employed. I think I do. I think I do. I feel like I remember seeing one. But I've already been through, I don't remember seeing it when I went through all of my parts. Miscellaneous SMD? Nah. Maybe I'm thinking of the CEM 3340. Yeah, nothing there. Crystal, desoldered, trim pots, coils. Nope. About the specialty bin. Mucks, jumpers. Alright. Is that in focus? You guys kind of, yeah, kind of read it. Oh, my Alps side buttons, I remember those. Tactical push buttons, thermal webcam. Oh, there's a bunch of micros in here. Not circuit board ones. It's down there. USB-C stuff. That's the big bin. I don't think there's anything useful in that. EPROMs, AT-Tinies. 328 PAU. DAC. Tiny 24. Oh, none of you are the right thing. Those are all op amps. Max 308. FTDI chips are really expensive, so I don't think I've gone around and bought new ones. It would have been ripped out of something. Do I have anything else with that? No, I don't think I have anything else with that chip. Gate driver. LEDs. Are we even going to get to? This is going to get a totally different title when I publish this stream. Because this whole stream, we've been kind of we've been messing with Arduinos. This is going to get a complete retitle. Magnetic field sensor. I didn't know I still had those. Thermistor. 3-axis accelerometer. Resonators and crystals. 20 megahertz. 16 megahertz resonator. Crystal JFET. Man, whole stream just kind of shredding water. Crimps, clamps, and plugs. Nah. Yeah, I don't have like a loose FTDI, so we got to do the same thing with the other one. We got to rip out its chip, and we'll put it in the other one. Out of 2 non-working nanos, I'm hoping to make 1. Frankenstein was the monster. Dun dun dun. That's ready. And then we do this one, same embarrassing position. I could try to burn the bootloader on this one before I go any further. Now that there's no FTDI chip, so if I try to burn the bootloader on it, I mean you can also program it through the ISP. But I don't know how I would do that. I want to accidentally reflash my programmer. But I should probably try to see if I can. Well, no, because we see it flashing, we see it doing stuff. So I could definitely still program this one with TX and RX. So I'm thinking that the FTDI chip was the thing that exploded on this one, and so I'm putting in a different. Okay, so yeah, we're still on task. Now there are no header pins on this, so I guess I don't need to do the masking that I did before. Oh, and I've got bins sitting. When these things hit the floor, they jettison like everything that's in them. So I need to make sure that these are away, properly away, and out of the way. Okay. Same deal, only slightly different circuit layout. That's the wrong camera. That's just the wrong camera. There we go. There we go. There we go. This one I got to be real careful that I don't damage any of the pins on. They're very small. Oh, you guys can't see a thing. Ooh, I don't like having the hot air gun in my hand with my new oscilloscope right here. I really don't want to melt my new O-scope, you know, generally. Stay on target. Having all these monitors is great, though. I can now look over and see chat on 2 different monitors, and I've got this on the big high-quality monitor. So I'm actually having the full 1080p experience on this video feed. I can see all those little details that I wasn't able to before. Like when I block the whole screen with the hot air gun. So I'm partially burning my hand. Hey, Pyro, what's up? I had a pretty good crowd today. I'm happy. You guys are great. Nobody's chatting. I don't have any engagement. But those are things that streamers worry about. I try not to worry about that stuff. We've been shaving a yak today. Yet another stream lost to the yak. That thing grows hair very quickly. Shit. Okay, hold on. Don't panic. Pop her away. There we go. Oh boy. Not good. These tweezers don't have any grip. The big ceramic tipped ones. Oh, nice. More bouldering. Pyro's been updating us on bouldering in the Discord. He's been climbing a bunch of rocks. So we have 2 Arduino Nanos, and different parts of the 2 we've discovered to be working or not. This one has a working FTDI, but for some reason, even though I put a new Arduino in here, it's not communicating properly. So it might be the crystal that's dead. Might be the crystal. In which case, we have this other Arduino Nano that's a little bit newer, a slight redesign to it, and it has a working chip. There's the LED, the pin 13 LED flashes on this one. My kingdom for pin 1. KFC afterwards to just mess. That's what I would go to the gym, and then I'd go to Dunkin' Donuts afterwards and get like a croissant sandwich with bacon on it. It's terrible. I got above the weight a little bit on that, but if I wasn't getting that stupid croissant sandwich, I probably would have been doing a lot better. All right, where's our pictures of the Arduino Nano? I need pictures of Spider-Man. Nano 3.0. Pictures of Spider-Man. Pin 1 goes that way, and we are definitely on a 3.0, yes. Okay, so pin 1 is facing towards the rest of the micro. What is up? Everybody's got these, who is that again? I gotta go all the way to Twitch to check on it. Jesse Cox. He's a funny guy and doesn't afraid of anything. No, he's a cool streamer. Boop. Boop. Oh my god, it's a disaster. I should, by all means, clean this up a little bit. Actually, I think if I do solder paste, or just give it a bunch of flux, I think that'll do it. I can't really maneuver a soldering iron into this area. We'll just grease it up with flux and hope that the residual solder is enough to get in there and hold on. I don't have to clean up a bunch of bridged connections, you know? And here's the good FTDI, and it's facing the right direction. So I'm just going to insert a finger into the tweezers to spread them out a little bit. And because they naturally will spring back to this position, it means they'll put a slight grip on the chip. So I can do that and then let go. And it'll just hold on to the chip until I shove my finger into it again. So that I'm going to use to help steady me, or to help handle this thing, and I'm going to steady myself by putting a finger there. Put her there, kid. Of course, as soon as I apply heat to this, right there, huh? So now the air is going to actually push this around. So I've got to be careful, and I got to go far away and then just gradually apply air. Now I wish I had another microscope that I could show you guys. I could get an isometric view in here as well with the other microscope. I could get this camera really close, but it wouldn't be microscope like what we're looking at right now. But you could see it settle into place once I do all that. Yeah, you're not going to be able to get that view. Get the otoscope out of the way. I want to melt my beautiful oscilloscope. That thing's so awesome. It's like a freaking sports car. So I'm going to gradually apply the heat, this time from further away, and I'll just get closer and closer as the flux kind of settles in and some of the solder starts sticking things. I guess what I could have done is soldered one pin, but with the solder already on all these pins, I'm afraid that that'll kick it up and make it like crooked. And the flux is going to help hold that heat in for me. Right now I'm super duper far away. Hot air soldering requires a little bit of patience that I don't have. All right, there we go. It's starting to flow over. Let's go over to the other side. There we go. You did it. Whew. That's nerve-wracking. Now we got to let it cool off. I believe all those pins are pretty evenly soldered. You saw the solder flow out over everything. Yeah, that's pretty good. Professional! We're professionals. Look at us. We're so cool and professional that we do this kind of work and it looks cool. And then I've got all these blobbed up solder blobs up there. I think everything else on this is working, right? Because we've got an LED blinking. I've got a brand new USB port on it. Ow! It's still hot as hell. And now it's got a known working FTDI chip. So the only thing that could kill it would be if the voltage regulator is like bad or something like that. I don't think there's much else that could really go wrong on this thing though. We don't need to burn a bootloader because we know that the chip is already good and it's an Atmega 328. I wonder if I plug this in if I'm going to get a little bit better heat dissipation through those pins. Yeah, it's like the airspace around here is ridiculous. I've got my arm coming in here and giving us a view from this side. I have the hot air soldering gun, the microscope, and my extra light, and it's all just crammed right in here, right in front of me. We won't move out for now because that was a nice close-up view. Get you guys over here and tighten this up. This thing needs constant tightening because I'm moving it around when this thing is tensioned, and that just causes it to break torque and then start to unscrew a little bit. I need to clean this camera. This is looking like really crappy. Okay, and then let's actually move that out a little bit. The microscope, or sorry, the mount for the Brio actually has these rubber rings that are supposed to go, these O-rings that are supposed to go on the two. Why am I getting the wrong cameras all the time? I'm still getting used to the setup. rubber rings that go into these things. I wonder if I 3D print something that's plastic, if I can do a lower tension and have this move like a little bit more naturally, just like a friction tension. It's something I should probably look into. I don't know how it would. I'd have to break the, like, have it be like a clip-on ring, so that would just be just like a little break in the ring material. It'd be better if it was like brass, because brass can slide nice and smooth. Right now it's aluminum. It's anodized aluminum, and it's been worn down to like this sheen. It used to look exactly like black anodized aluminum, like a matte color, and now it's like a shiny kind of metal color because of all the wear and tear of sliding aluminum against aluminum. So if it was brass, maybe I would have a slightly better ability to move it around. That might be something that I do. Okay, new Arduino, who dis? Well, I gotta take it for a test drive. Let's just see what happens. Not a good sign. Hold on. Damn it. Why do we still not get a port from this thing? Whoa, okay, I smell burning. Son of a bitch. So the first thing it did was commit suicide. Oh, no! Chat. Before I could even realize that I was doing it, it is facing the wrong way. Facing the wrong... We did all that checking, and I just blew up my only other FTDI chip, huh? Well, let's get it out of there. Maybe I can find a working one and not blow it up. I don't think these survive if you put them in 180 degrees rotated. I don't think they survive. Sometimes chips do. It's rare, but sometimes they do. There we go. Back to this. Back to this. Now the question is, can I get that to desolder without melting the header? Probably not. Probably got to put Kapton tape down again. So Kapton tape, a couple little tape lines, and then we'll get that one out of there, and then I'll debate about what I'm going to do next. Son of a bitch. I can't believe I made that mistake. It happens. It happens. Can't be too hard on yourself if that does happen. I can show you guys how deep my ineptitude goes. What? Something already got stuck to it? What even got stuck to it? What is that? The Kapton tape just provides another layer that'll protect the stuff from heat, because these headers are particularly sensitive to soldering heat. They're the first thing that will melt, and then things will get all rearranged. We want to prevent that. It's 4:15. By the end of stream, if I have a working Nano, I will consider myself to have not lost. Not won, but also not lost. But it's not looking too good for your intrepid streamer, folks. He may have blown up the only other FTDI chip in the shop. Save for... Maybe there's one... I gotta think about that. There's some old stuff that does have FTDI chips in it that I could possibly use. I could also flip this one and see if it still works, but I doubt it does. Ooh, hold on, that's migrating. I need to stay over here. So do you. Okay. Yeah, listen, it smelled like burning epoxy. I don't think it's good. I got that chip smell. You know that smell. No. All right, hopefully that didn't take any traces with it. Doesn't look like it did. Yeah, that's just Kapton tape. It just insulates the pins slightly from the heat and keeps the plastic from melting. Just one little layer of plastic is all it takes to not. It doesn't protect it like incredibly, but it does protect it just enough. All right, which one of y'all has an actual FTDI chip in it? After all that, ones that I can sacrifice, obviously. It would be something from before 2008, well, or slightly after, but not by much, because those FTDI chips are quite expensive. Here we go. This thing that I've never once even used. That is bona fide FTDI. We can grab this one. This is also a SparkFun board. And this time, let's not get it wrong. So this is an FTDI, I believe an RS-232, FTDI to RS-485 rather, board that I was going to use to do lighting control for the big globe project that I did so many years ago. Never got around to getting this thing to work though. So I was going to put RS-485 on the, what do you call it, on the globe, and then hand about 1,060 LEDs over to the lighting guys. Just be like, here, you guys do it. Oh, you're saying the smoke is just the Kapton tape? I hope so. Who did that? I see who you are. I see who you are. It identifies you. That wire is going to totally melt. Let's just get it out of here. Give me this wire. Really, the BL Heli one just needs an FTDI? Huh. Well, I bought what I bought. I spent my $14 already. Arduino Nano Resurrection Day is going smoothly. As is to be expected of any of my projects. I've not had a ton of confidence lately in terms of doing this stuff. I don't know why. You know, everybody says Bother makes it all look so easy, but like, I've been failing at this stuff and continually getting reminded about burn the subs all along the way by people, I won't name names, in nature going, oh, when's burn the subs coming back? Maybe as soon as I can actually do an electronics project without completely bungling the entire thing up. Maybe I just need, like, my time. Now, it was in another server, the talk was on projects, and somebody brought up burn the subs. Be a little nitwit. Somebody said that, what, a couple streams ago, that Bother makes this stuff look easy. I read that. I was here the whole time. I read that. They were being legit. They're not joking. I hope. I hope, because I don't see much of a joke there. Hey, cool. Guess what? The chip is in the right way now. Weird how that happened. It's almost like the past 15 minutes of video never happened. We'll never talk about it again. I guess part of the show, and I constantly talk about it, is I'm not afraid to fail, and I do it often. And you guys get to see that. You get to see the ups and the downs. Yeah, I did know, but when I talk about like yeah, my show hasn't been doing as the good numbers that I used to get, and I can see it now that I'm uploading the VODs. And people say, "Oh, if only you had burned the subs," as like a response to my hand just totally shaked out there. I don't know what that was. I think my muscles are very tired. I moved the 150-pound cabinet down here on my own with a hand truck, but it was still on my own, and so I'm a little bit shaky in the background there. Why didn't that? Yeah, well, paved, like, as in there needs to be like several layers on a road surface. Then yeah, it's definitely paved with failure. It's like foundationed in failure. The entire, it's like a Dubai continent. It's all failure that's been poured into the ocean until there's an above sea surface. I think the solder on the bottom of these is like a little weird, and it's keeping me from positioning this thing properly, which it will surface tension itself into place, and there's already a lot of flux down. If I can get it to just kind of hang out in the right spot, it should nudge itself downwards once it's aligned properly, once it's heated. Okay, so that should solder down. It's a little bit over to the left, but I don't think that's going to make, well, I don't like it to be there. I want you to be just center. Not quite my tempo. Why did it move like that? Why did you move like that? What the hell? Try this again without my hand totally shaking. Whoa. See, I'm trying to release the tweezers and still hold on to them. You had to breathe. That looks moderately lined up. I could go closer, but I think this is okay. All right, so we're going to start heating it up from afar. Hopefully the air doesn't nudge it out of position, and the surface tension of the solder will drive it onto the pads properly. We're just going to clear our minds. We're just going to erase the past 15 or 18 minutes of footage and never talk about it. This is still my first FTDI. There's not a pile of 2 dead FTDIs sitting up above this vise. That doesn't exist. We've always been at war with Eurasia. And I fucked it all up. Then I fixed it. All right, I'm going to hold my breath and hope this thing doesn't move at all. And we'll get the soldering iron and fix that right there. I think that's the only one that looks bridged. Luckily, that one's pretty accessible from the side. It's like the base of the pin header is melted a little bit. I'm just going to let this cool down a little before we take a look. Take a propaganda. Yeah, clean up on a couple of these pins. But that's what flux and a big soldering iron is good at. Anybody else look a little bridgy? The twos that were bridging before have actually corrected themselves. So now that this is plugged in properly, yeah, looking good. Okay. Ooh, I don't like that. Come on, bud. I have to become a nudie streamer. Okay. I think that's good. I don't think those are shorted. So now I just have to wait until it cools to be handleable. Handleable. Shit, why is that crooked? Is that? I think maybe because it got bumped into. All right, so by all means, this thing should now function properly and not totally fucking blow up. Yeah, the chip's a little crooked. As long as the pins are making contact, I guess that's all I can really care about at this point. Please don't explode and overheat. Actually, I want to let it cool so I can see whether or not it's dying. All right, I saw communications. It's not heating up too much. Let's see if we've got a port. Damn it. No port. Why no port? This thing is flashing. This thing is not overheating, although it is still warm. Now, nobody's heating up. And go to device manager next. Well, it's possible that a pin isn't really making a connection, but those look pretty good. Unless there's like two pins that are overriding one another, they're over top one another. They're not happy. Voltage regulator's not getting hot, and we've got nothing happening there. Let's reset. Doot 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 doot. COM7. All right. Let's get blink into this thing. AVR done. Doot, doot, doot. That's your Arduino dial tone. After 3 hours and 44 minutes of struggle, we finally, and some sacrifices, we have an Arduino Nano 3.0 that works. And what is happening? What was that? What is this? That's not blink. Blink blinks the LED. It doesn't go blah 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 blah. Whoa, 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 huh? I think the connection is a little rocky. All right, we got to look at the power, the TX and RX pins, I think. Yeah, maybe just touching them with the soldering. I didn't even touch these with the soldering iron yet, so I just touch these with the soldering iron a little bit. Just make sure that they're actually connected fully. Gotta really get in there, huh? Motion to see, sometimes I can just sit with Willow and she'll be nice and quiet. We'll be hanging out, and I'll go, motion detected at the front door. And she gets just completely apeshit. and runs away. Apparently my hypers emote is the most popular, my yay. Instead of hypers, I called it yay. And my most popular emote. Yeah, she is. She's a complete guard dog. I don't know why she ended up being a guard dog type. I'd rather her be the lazy dog type, where she just doesn't give a crap about anything. But like today, we were on our afternoon walk. She gets a morning and afternoon and an evening walk out of me. Little princess, spoiled little princess. We were out there and somebody like made a real weird noise in their garage. They're like in their garage, and she puffs up her chest standing up and just, and I'm like, Willow, you gotta let other people have like private moments when they freak out or sneeze or whatever. All she wanted to do was investigate that noise. I'm like, dude, I don't want to get caught up in somebody else's emergency. Like if somebody fell off a ladder, I don't want anything to do with that. I just throw $20 on them and run. You know, here, I'm out. Because we tip in America. We tip for everything. And so if somebody, you know, like smashes their hand with a hammer in their privacy of their own home, and ah, you know, I throw $5 or $10 at them and just get the hell out of there. But Willow insists on borking at the person having the emergency. Why are you like this? Why are you like this? Okay, there's the normal program. There. What is that? Who hurt you? Well, actually, it was me. It was me that hurt you. But why is your status LED going psycho? Is it the resonator? I have another resonator. I could put another resonator in this. Maybe that's what we got to do next. All right, let's replace the resonator. I don't like that flashing, and I don't think it's a pin connection thing. Now that I've repaired that. Yeah, it could be the chip getting reset over and over again due to bad ground. That didn't look like 60 hertz, but it might have been 60 hertz resetting it when I touch it. But I want to, like, if it's the connector. Oops, I touched the pin a little bit there. What in the world? What is up with this thing? No, this is making it freak out. But when I touch the connector, no, it's not, well, it is TXing and RXing when I just do this. TXs and RXs when I just wiggle the connector. That wasn't going in far enough for the tab, was it? Questions about all this. Looks like those are okay. That middle one doesn't look like it's too happy. Arduino Nano, when will you stop torturing me? See, what I was thinking is it's getting weird stuff coming out of the resonator, and that's what's causing it to go psycho for a little bit. Let's see if we can get this thing to program. So we go to the other application. So I'm going to close out Arduino. I'm just going to close it out. And then we go to the other application. Now I can finally say Nano with Atmega328. I don't know if it's the new or old bootloader. I can probably replace the bootloader with the new or old one at this point. I could do that. I could just flash the bootloader on it. Maybe we should try that. But I don't know if that clock freaking out is going to affect its programming. So let's just see if we can do this, if we get away with it. So we're not COM3 anymore. We are now COM7. And then, yeah, go. It can't synchronize. Let's try the old bootloader. Oh, we were on the old one. Let's try the new one. Flash successfully. All that. Oh my God. Okay, well, now we have an ESC one-wire interface. We got to figure out how we're wiring this to the rest of the thing. Oh, man. All that. Jeez, I really ruined this, didn't I? I got to put some, like, glue or something under it. I shouldn't have peeled that up. I wanted to show you guys what was in a perforated prototyping board so badly. No, we tried everything on the first one. It did not work. Okay, one other problem is that these are like, these pins are a little too wide. They'll still make a connection in there though. I'm having trouble plugging this. Why is this having trouble? Oh, this one's like shifted to the side. That would probably be good if I could get this on here and then apply some heat so that it like corrects its position. There. Okay, so what are we doing next? No. All that, it's like, welcome to Arduino Resurrection Day. I could do like a couple streams of that just because of all of the weirdness. The one with the Atmega 168, it might have, well, we think that the crystal might be the problem with this one. I mean, we put a 328p into this and tried to flash the bootloader to it, and the bootloader wouldn't flash to it. So there's something else fishy is going on with this one. And I don't know what, but these got 12 volts applied to them. I don't know which one was which exactly, but I think both of these were part of that big fire cannon display, and they were both just given the worst treatment ever. You guys think this is a little low? I think we should probably be eye to eye. Bring you guys over here and see where I'm looking. I should be looking up though, but you guys are a bit lower than you used to be. It just lets me see more of the screen. I think this is fine. You guys will have to live with it. Okay, let me see here. So where's our howdy doody, how to? Bootloader. Method 2 is with the Arduino IDE. ESC config tool. Huh. Well, regardless, I think we've got it. So how are we connecting? This is how we do it? Yeah, using the Arduino PC Link with the AM32 configuration tool. So we are on, boy, those are hard to see from all the way over here. So we need a battery on positive and ground. And these ESCs, they say they're 3S, and I don't have any 3S batteries. 3 to 6 cell LiPo. Now I mean, first and foremost, I would like to get this working so that it goes into my 3D printer and it makes the very quiet squirrel cage fan function, blower fan function. So I'm going to put this away. So we'll start off with that premise, which means we are going from the power supply. And the power supply is going to be whatever is equivalent to 3S. So at 4, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, is that just 12 volts? I got to get my power plugs out here. I'm going to look up, or no, 3S volts. Yeah, 11.1 for 3S. So if I give it a little over that, it should be okay. It should function just fine. So we're going to get the power supply. I'm going to take that to 12 volts. And we'll plug it into, I'm going to undo my modular, wow, my controller just fell down. Undo my modular synthesizer setup here a little bit. It's easy enough to redo. It's not that big of a deal. So this stuff out and the new stuff in. Shall I kill him again? Okay, let's see. Let's get these. These are a little thin for the amount of power that this thing can wield, but at least we'll just be able to give it a shot. These routinely, these wires routinely get hot, and it's more visual than if not. I'm starting to rhyme, and it scares me. Positive, negative. Yeah, there's a little bit of spaghetti. Is that a, what is that? Is that a word? 10, 11, 12. 12 volts, 6 amps. This thing can go up to 40. We're going to under amp it a little bit first. And then what do I need? I need to hook up the ESC. Here it is. Now, I probably should also put a motor on it. That motor's got a nice plug. So I guess I'm going to do a little header on the end of this. Let's get a header soldered onto this. We're basically making a test bed that we may be using tomorrow. You know, as much as I would love to do this today, well, we'll see what we get. What time is it? I got a little bit of time. I know my puppy is probably a little distraught that I'm not around, but we can have a stream that goes a little later sometimes. We're allowed to do that. Because we're important and special. We matter. Okay, let's see. What do I have? My voice in a lot of my streams that I'm looking at now is very held back, and I don't know how to solve that. I know you guys think it's fine, but it's like very nerdy sounding, and I just need to get it a little better. Is that a puppy I hear? No. She doesn't come downstairs anymore. I don't get it. It's not like, you know, there's this giant guy who's yelling at all the furniture. What's wrong with that? Now, these headers can do up to 1 amp. Well, the prototyping board can do up to 1 amp. I don't really know what these headers can handle. They probably are not good past. They're probably not good for these specs, but we'll just give it a shot. We do need to find motor specs so that we can program them into the controller here. There's stuff everywhere on the desk today. All right. Still got the big tip on the soldering iron. What's great about a lot of the techniques in surface mount soldering is that a big soldering iron does them just as well. You don't really need to do individual pin soldering in a lot of the cases on these surface mount designs. So for instance, all the stuff that we did with the Arduinos, we could do with this iron. This iron did just fine of a job of it. Okay, everything is in the way right now. I did that with the blobs so that I could get the heat onto that pin. These are big traces. They're big high current traces. So they're going to carry with them quite a bit of thermal, well, not carry with them. They're gonna resist getting heated up for quite a bit, which is where the big iron comes in handy. Hello? Oh my God, it's not cooperating at all. And I have them plugged into the connector so that they don't get distorted. They will heat up and melt the shroud, the connector plastic, and start to go in whatever direction they feel like, which is where having them plug into. Ah, crap. See how quickly that moved? Jeez. Oh God, everything's moving. No, flux does not solve this problem. The problem is that it doesn't heat up. It doesn't like heating up. Flux will hold in a little bit of heat, but not as much as I think you guys are giving it credit for. The rosin core of the solder is going to be enough flux for this joint. We don't want to overdo it with flux. This is, of course, too much solder, but whatever. It's an RC joint. RC car stuff deserves a lot of solder. there are vias under these pads, so hopefully they're pretty strong. That just needs to flow down onto the pad, please. Down onto the pad, please. I think I need to get in there like sideways. I don't want to melt the header. These will eventually probably get nicer silicon wires. Come on, slow down. There you go. There you go. All right, so there's our removable connector on this one. Let's see how crooked it is. No, I did okay. I did okay. That's all I can do. All right, so now this one is getting powered by the computer. This one is getting powered by the power supply. We need to share a ground between them, though. So if I do this, and then, how do I want to do these? I could put it to a 2-pin header. That would be a little ridiculous, though. Okay, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. Even though these are only rated up to an amp. If you go over it, I don't know, poor bastard. Sometimes they're, I mean, they'll heat up is what will happen, and then we'll be able to disconnect it if we need to. I'm actually going to use this. Just as a heat sink. We'll pre-tin these so they solder a little bit more easily. This is just this test setup, so we just need to set it up quickly and efficiently. Because yeah, if this works, I can make it more elaborate afterwards. My finger is cramping. Ah, jeez. That doesn't look very soldered. There's a big seam right there. That should be smooth. Oh yeah, wires heat up. Ow, 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 ow. God, you bastard. It's gonna wind up desoldering, that's okay. I'm gonna hold it from a little further back. God, that was hot as hell. The other one's like perfect. Well, no, maybe there's a seam in that one too. Whatever. Good enough. All right, so the rail on this is going to be 12 volts. Now the kV spec of this motor we don't know. Didn't we measure it at some point? I think at some point we measured it. And we like spun it and saw how many volts came out of it and what the resistance of the motor was. I think we characterized it. I don't remember though. It's fine. Now it's all going to melt is what's going to happen. I need a 1-pin header for this signal wire. And of course we'll have to figure out how the 3D printer is going to be communicating with this thing. I hope I don't have to put an adapter in there, but what is it? A clipper is so configurable. I feel like an RC motor controller being your fan would be perfectly acceptable. Okay, so this means that we have a connection to ground so that everybody has a reference to what the level of ground is so that we have a reference as to what a high and low signal is on this one-wire, this janky one-wire interface. So what I need to do is I need to get the ground from the microcontroller and connect it to the breadboard. So where is that ground pin? That would be nowhere on the board, right there. So let's get that ground hooked up. Keeper of Maps, howdy doody, how you been? Keeper of Maps is subbing for 47 months, almost 4 years. Time to unsub. That's entirely up to you, but I thank you for the time that you've given me. That's how I feel about that. So let's connect this to positive power so that we blow up this entire microcontroller. Again, this is a Lovecraftian, Frankensteinian, who wrote that? I forget. Anyway, this is like a literary monster at this point. I didn't say literally, I said literary. This microcontroller platform, this programming platform, has had everything replaced on it except the actual chip itself, because this one was working from the get-go. This one has had the chip replaced, and then I tore out the FTDI chip from it and put it in this one backwards and blew it up. So I had to get this board out of storage, out of retirement, get its FTDI, put it in the right way. We replaced the USB socket. It's ridiculous, but it works now. It works now. And we've hooked it up to a CPAP blower motor, and we should be able to plug this thing into USB and 12-volt power from here and have that work. Positive, positive, yeah. So what pin are we programming this thing on? These were like $50 back in the day. These are not cheap. Back when $50 meant something. But yeah, they're not cheap controllers. So what they eventually did, and technology, of course, moved on to the point where these chips now can just speak USB natively. So you're able to plug them in just from like directly into your computer, and they just work. It's so much easier that way. You don't have to have something translated into TXRX. Pin D3. D4. Oh, good thing D3 has nice clear labeling on it. Right there. See that? D thread. What the hell? Why'd you have to use the worst pin on the entire microcontroller? Sheesh. Okay, D3 on the Arduino, connect your battery, power supply to Mania C terminals. And do they say to plug it in? Select your port, click the connect button. Okay. Calling on Teams at 5 p.m. Jeez. That's why my friends had that standing Friday afternoon meeting. Ooh, I just heard it go doo-doo-doo. Nobody's blowing up. We're kind of used to things blowing up around here. So that just made a doo-doo-doo noise. So we're going back to the software. Unknown ESC. We'll call it fan-esque. Motor direction, normal. Minimum throttle, 0. Can I not go to 0? Or is it... Oh, I don't know. Startup beat, volume 40, temperature... Oh my god. ESC overview, flash, motors. Huh, can you have multiple? Yeah, it's not connected yet. Let me, down here, port, COM7. Connect. Rebooting. Connection to flight controller failed. Well, it's on D3. Oh, I need to select the interface? Where am I looking? USB COM? Is that right? That's 19200. It doesn't even have... I can't change the baud. Oh, there we go. Okay. Please connect ESC and power up. It is powered, drawing a minimal amount of current. Power is the correct direction. These don't have voltage regulators on them. I'm a little concerned about that for the application in the RC car. I don't know which piece has the controller on it. What's going on here? It's taking forever. I don't want to touch anything. I want that weird blinking problem to come back. This is going to time out, isn't it? Might need to reconnect the PWM1 wire. Okay, let's do that. Plug, plug. Who's that? Dr. Plugger? Man, all these names. Dr. Plugger with a prime for 45 months. Dr. Plugger, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Keeping the lights on. This is probably going to time out, isn't it? Do I need to turn off the ES? I'm going to turn it off, turn it on again. Boop. Boop. Doo-doo-doo. That technically counts as disconnecting and reconnecting. Unless D3, unless I'm off, like D3 isn't actually where I'm connected. Pretty sure this is D3 though. Yeah, because that's D2 next to it. D2, D3, D4, 5, 6. D3, does that look like it's soldered? Yeah, that's very well soldered. Reconnect ground? Oh boy. Well, that requires me to actually get a pair of tweezers. It just doo-doo-doo-dooed me. Do I need to pull ground? I mean, they never said to connect like a common ground. Was thinking about something. Okay, there, it finally failed. Oh, it was still trying. Okay, it might still be trying to find. Okay, let me close this and open it again. I think it's just janky, you know, single programmer project kind of issues. Let's try again. Now it's ready. COM7. No, I guess I can't. And the BL Heli interface is, yeah, 32 bootloader USB. It only does 192. Try again. Or maybe I should have reset everything. Woo, 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 goes my dog. All our friends are getting their walks around this time. Eventually. I just have to keep powering this and that and the other thing up and down. Is check? What if I hit check is for everything, or is that for this? Yeah, there we go. You have to like bump it into a different window in order to get it to fail. All right, let me just like manically turn things on and off again. Boop, boop, doo doo doo. Because it's ground D2, D3. Or is it ground reset D2? Hold on, wait a minute. I might have the wrong stuff. That's a great beard, man. Thank you. All right, let's see. It's actually completely like I'm in homeless mode right now. I haven't been to a haircut or trimmed my beard in a long time. It's been months and months, and the barber's going to get mad at me at this point. Okay, so that's not that much heat. Let's just make sure that I'm in the right pins here. Yeah, it is. It's ground D2, D3. We can see D3, and if I tilt the board, there it is. Parallax will really mess with you on these perforated prototyping boards. So D2 blank ground. If I pull ground, will this thing connect? Gotta love it when you get one person programming this incredibly powerful motor suite and being like, well, you know, it worked for me. I don't need to make this any like verbose or have tips or anything like that. If they follow the instructions, they'll get it right. Just use this Arduino Nano from 2009 and you'll be fine. Please don't. It's with my hair at this length, it is actually quite a bit of hassle. With my hair at this length, yeah, works on my machine. With my hair at this length, by the end of the day, I guess I make a lot of oil. I produce oil as an American. But by the end of the day, my head hurts from the weight of the oily hair. So I may need to get a haircut. I have to shampoo twice in order to get my hair clean lately. Imagine my horror. Okay, here's the deal. I'm going to turn this off. Unplug the Arduino. I'm putting that ground pin back in because in the principles of intercommunication between devices, you really need to have a ground. Putting the ground back in, and I am closing the program. Reading my own review again, I left the ground between the ESC and the programmer disconnected. Hit connect on B-Heli until it says the power on the ESC. Then add back in the ground jumper. So I think I would have gotten to the same conclusion now, because what I'm going to do is power up the program. Did I double click? Power up the program. It says ready. I'm going to connect the Arduino, but leave the ESC powered off. Select my port. Oh, it looks like I needed the Arduino first. Okay, so this thing isn't always checking the port. It checks the port on boot up. So you want to have it plugged in already, and then it still doesn't show up. What's going on here, bud? Hey, bud. Hey, bud. Do I have Arduino running? No. Why are you like this? COM ports are terrible. Unplug. Plug. And I don't touch it. You son of a bitch. Are you sure you're ready? No ports available. Okay, Arduino. Well, no, device manager. DBV. Hold on. No, oh, that was it. No LPT ports. How would I disconnect D3? Now all that's shared between them is ground. So this is a perfectly fine way to do this. I hit reset on the Arduino and we still don't have it. Wow, how is everything going wrong today? You know, it's not like this microcontroller is nearly 20 years old. Can you believe that? Arduino Nano, 2009? 6 years away from being 20 years old. Well, I guess we were all teenagers once too. Okay, no COM port. Why does this continue to be like the worst? There it is. Now it works. Yeah, connector issue. Okay, so connector issue aside, I'm going to put this back to D3. And we leave it powered off. Start up the software. COM7. Hit connect. And then it says, well, it's still waiting for the bootloader. Okay, please connect ESC and power up. So power it up. Everything in order. Of course, the ground is still connected. Why must you forsake me? My God, I coughed, and the force of my cough made a dog hair fly out and around. Come on, buddy. All right, so now we try short lurkers method. Close the whole software. Well, let me give it a little bit of time. The toxicity of our city. No, my city isn't. Actually, we got a lot of super fun sites, don't we? We got a lot of those things. Why nothing? We made so much progress so quickly that I think the universe put a limit on the speed on which our progression is allowed. We've been frozen in place. All right, short lurkers method. Close the program. Turn this off. Actually, I can leave the ESC powered for this. Well, I should bounce power to everything anyway. Remove the ground jumper. Let me hit the reset button on the Arduino, and I'll make sure that the port is still. So device manager. Make sure that I've got a tab for COM LPT. Okay. Yeah. If the pollution's so bad, why is the site super fun? Okay, start this up. Be heli. Choose the port. Now, do I power the ESC and then connect ground? I'm going to power the ESC now without the ground connected. Hit connect. And then I'll add that in when it asks me to power up the ESC. Okay, please connect ESC and power up. So from ground to this pin here, connect that. Now it's connected. Really could use a more verbose menu on this, huh? What is happening here? Why is nothing happening? Save screenshot is a button up on the menu. Okay. I see little bits of RX coming in, but I don't see any other activity. 12 volts, we're at 30 milliamps being drawn from the 12 volts. So everything should be pretty acceptable there. But what we don't see is a connection with the interface. So I think I'm going to have to look in on this. I certainly didn't do the four-way interface. We were definitely selected up here when it flashed, and it said it was good. Oh God, this is like, try it again. Please connect ESC and power up. Just bounce power to the ESC in the middle of this. Doo-doo-doo. I want to get this fan going, and I want to make it super quiet. All right, this may be the point at which that I give up for tonight, and we try again later. I don't know what the problem would be at this point. We do have a bit of a janky connection to USB, but I don't think that's entirely the problem. Although, if I bump it wrong, we could potentially get disconnected. Oh, can I only go to relaxed on stall protection? See, that's not what we want. I want this thing to be able to stop the motor. So we'll have to figure this out. We will figure this out. But right now, we're just having a bit of trouble with serial ports. This is nothing new. Interesting. So what do they tell me to do? Connect your battery power supply to the main ESC power terminals. So it's PC link to the USB port, ESC to your Arduino PC link using PWM on the ESC, to pin D3 on the Arduino, ground to ground. Well, there's only one pin run out from this thing, and that's PWM. There are 2 pins, but let's see. Yeah, so it's PWM and then TX. Do I actually need that other one connected? Is that maybe the problem? Spent quite a bit of time trying to get it connected. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but it's just, it's what it's. You don't need TX? Okay. Would TX be if I was busing these, like 4 of them together? These things are pretty cool. These little BL32 Talon. It's got its own like weird heatsink. Very small, 32-bit, 40 amps. Would I suggest people buy this one? No. there's probably a better one to buy. I just hopped on Amazon and did it as quick as possible. Basically bought 4 of them for like $14. ESC to Arduino pins to D3 on the Arduino, got that. Connect your battery or power supply to the main ESC. Open the config tool. Check direct connect when using an Arduino PC link, not when using a direct connect. Where's my folder with the thing in it? Where is this direct connect? I guess that's down here. This is already the direct connect stuff. But he says check it. Check it. Check direct connect when using an Arduino PC link. I think that's that pull down menu option, right? Oh, I have multiple instances open? Hold on a minute. That might be an issue. Close everything down and start it up again. It shouldn't be this sensitive to the procedure, the steps of the procedure. Read using the M1 button. Oh, there's a log window under options? Yeah, I'll have to look at that. It might just say it's just connecting and waiting. Please connect ESC and power it up. So like bounce power, I could also unplug. So that should connect by all means. All this to have issues like this, huh? I wanted to use one of these as an RC car controller, or as an controller for the RC car as well, because this looks very configurable. I don't know if I can get to the settings though that I think I can. And I certainly can't. I don't know what the throttle values would be. Maybe I have to measure them or something. Yeah, I can't do this in any other order. If I hit the reset button on the Arduino, it's going to throw this thing into chaos. Or not. Or it's just stuck. Let's look at the logs. Cancel. I have to enable the log. Woo. Okay, so we can set... You can do it by Bluetooth? Legacy progression, so success, enable log, sync, reboot F7, FC on disconnect, extended wait time on FC connect, and then the number of retries is 5. 5 is enough. Heli info, so I can turn on or use legacy progress, enable the log. Oh wow, there's a whole thing. Hey, can I move this window, please? It opened up this whole like sidebar that I can't move. It won't let me move it. All right, fine. I get to see the log. You guys don't. Connect. Connect the interface device. And that's it. Wait a minute. Oh, I see. I can BLB connect to ESC. BHELI bootloader interface on COM7. Waiting for device. Arduino bootloader timeout. Waiting 2,000 milliseconds. Waiting for device. That's all I get. I don't know. It's just waiting for device. That's it. Oh, that just saved a screenshot. I don't want to save a screenshot. Oh, great. Now the log is totally... I crashed the program. Cancel. Jeez. Okay, so I'm going to try rebooting the device and see if anything appears in the log. Oh! I see what the problem is. I see what the problem is. No. It was me the whole time. I was connecting it as if the minus was minus and the plus was plus. So I had these two flipped, and it wouldn't have mattered if I kept them flipped, but I had them on the wrong things. So now ground is going to minus, and now this can plug in the opposite way that it had. That was nice and elegant that way. Make sure my grounds and my positives, yep. So now 0.1 amp, drawing a lot less current. COM7 192. It's still trying to connect. I need to cancel it out. Interface connection failed. But I got BHELI bootloader interface close on COMS. Okay, so let's close the log and let's start this up again. So this is booted up. It's now connected to ground. So if I start up this software, if I just like try to boot it, hopefully it'll work. Go to this, go to that, go to the other thing, open this up, port, COM7, connect. Interface connected. There we go. So it was me. It was my problem. I had it backwards. Luckily, it wasn't catastrophic because I could have probably blown stuff up with 12 volts by doing that. Read setup. Ramp up 50, motor direction, normal, minimum, throttle, blah, 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 blah. There's all my information. Look at all this stuff. This is cool. Cancel. So auto telemetry is off. S-bus channel, no. Stall protection, probably relaxed. Meowcat. Physical ID, music editor. PWM frequency high and low. Non-damped off, brake on stop. Yeah, I'd keep that off. Because this is a fan after all. I don't know what the motor specs are. I got 3 LED. Enabling throttle calibration, motor directions normal, ramp up power 50. I don't know what all these settings do. That's another problem. Can I control the motor from here? Can I actually start the motor up? See, there's ESC flash and then make interfaces. We lost that sort of motor one, but low RPM, power protect, motor timing 60. I see, I don't know any of this stuff. I don't know, it might be safetied off right now, right? Yeah, I don't see anything that would allow me. Music editor. Of all the things. I don't want to edit music right now. What I'd like to do is yeah, where's the, so all the stuff about the motor, like how many kV the motor is and stuff, I don't see in here. And I'm not able to like turn the motor on and up from here. There was definitely a like a control thing. What are these LEDs? There's only one RGB LED on this thing. All three on. That should be white, but it's not. It's not actually doing it. Oh, unless that's once I flash it, it'll do this stuff. So I need to be connected to the flight controller board. Oh, is there a specific flight controller board? You can't see the KV of the motor through the ESC. Well, no, but you would select it on here. Wasn't that one of the things? I know you can't measure it through here, but where did I see that? I think I saw it like somewhere around here. Oh, this is a different ESC config tool. See, this one has like motor KV, motor pulse, startup power, frequency. It's like a different version of this thing, but yeah. 32.10, and this is version 1.6. So clearly things are a little different. Temperature, demag, throttle, beacon, center, beacon delay, RPM power protect, low voltage, acceleration, frequency. Weird. Okay, well, I'll have to see what kind of stuff. Oh, you can play with that if you flash it to AM32. That would be here. So this one has SciStars selected. So if I go to 32.10, let's verify it. This is 32.9. Error verifying flash. Ah! I'm going to try flashing this one. Flashing to AM32, you have to use your best friend, the STM linker. Oh, that thing. I still have it. You have to set the KV because the KV is just to measure the RPM. Yeah, and I guess this ESC doesn't have a huge suite of sensors in it. At least I get the latest and greatest firmware on it. Flashed. Keep caution while testing the ESC. Yeah, we got all that stuff. So where do I go in order to control the ESC? I guess I would need, because I feel like through this digital interface, I should be able to like turn on the motor, right? Get the blower actually running. Maybe not. Maybe not. Well, let's see what this one sounds like when I plug it all in, I guess. I have a controller over here. I don't have power supply. I don't have the appropriate voltage. Let's do motor testing tomorrow. We'll do that tomorrow, and maybe we don't have to sit here in analog electronics hell, and we can actually get a motor spinning. We can, you know, see how it works, see how to get that connected to Klipper properly. Like what does Klipper output? I would need to set up this motor. That's PWM. So there is a PWM interface in Klipper, and I got to get that through the CAN bus and everything too. I got to get it all the way to the end of CAN bus. In addition to that, I have some stuff that I can print that will help me do 3D scanning. I bought a PSI, the PlayStation Eye. I have one of them, so I can't do full body tracking. So I'm not going to wiggle my bits around, you know, in VR chat or whatever the hell you kids do now. I have one, and I can print out just a little holder for a laser line level thing. Supposedly that should do a pretty nice 3D model. Have it connect to your RC controller to do motor tests and playing with settings. which one, because I got a couple. I brought this one over here. This was the one that came with the controller. I have a second one if you want it. No, I don't need any more. I don't really have any desire to do full body tracking. I don't know. Does this thing doesn't do it. Oh, Tim 19862 got bits burning a hole in my virtual pocket. Always enjoy your streams. Been lurking. Well, thank you for lurking. I appreciate you lurkers out there. Plug it into any other ESC, PWM. Oh, just doing that. Yeah, I guess I could do that. Well, we'll figure it out tomorrow because I don't want to rush anything and break. We spent all this time making sure that my Arduino Nano wasn't terrible. all this work. So I'm pulling the plug. Oh, it's in yellow now. That's it's cute that it kind of glows. I'm pulling the plug on this, and we're gonna do more tomorrow. Because if I keep working on it, my brain is scrambled and all that stuff. I got to do a couple errands, and I'm gonna do that. And then touch grass. I think it's completely dark out. Yeah, I've missed my sunlight window. But yeah, I'm done for the day. I've put in my 4 hours of work. Oh God, almost 5 hours. Yeah, it took us 3.5 hours to get just an Arduino Nano functioning. But yeah, I will be back tomorrow, and we will work on more stuff. Possibly even Saturday. I'm thinking about whether or not I want to either do a Saturday stream or do games on Saturday. I don't know. I bought Prey. I don't know if I'm ever going to find time to play it. I need to figure that one out. Anyway, I don't know where you guys can go from here. I would take a look at Flatulent Gonad if is he on, because I'll just rate him with everybody. I'm going to check Twitch real quick. To pump that guy's stream full of users. He's doing My Summer Car, so if you guys want to go watch My Summer Car, go check out Flatulent Gonad. I'm just going to stop stream. I'm not doing anything complicated. I would suggest you go over there. And I will see you guys tomorrow when we will actually get these motors spinning and possibly configure one of these things to be an RC car. Motor controller, I hope, anyway. Yeah, all right. I'll see you guys. And we're not going to do that bit where I like cut off when I'm